Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Madhavan. Shall we start the session? It's 9.
It's time.
Please.
Yeah. Should I? Hello. I think.
Yes, sir. You are audible, Dr. Madhavan.
Okay. But
You can start the session, Dr. Madhavan.
okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you with your permission. So,
Yeah.
good morning, everybody. Good morning, Sajikiran ji, once again. Yeah. Namaskar, everybody. So, welcome to the second day of World Healthcare Conference 2021 being organized by Energy and Environment Foundation, New Delhi. We are at the 8th session here today, where the topic for deliberation is nutrition and public health, new orientation of modern food industry towards wellness and fitness. Wellness is comparatively a new terminology. We had been for long talking about health and disease management. For disease management, we have hospitals and health workers. Wellness indicates a stage wherein you enjoy an overall well-being of body and soul. Very recent researchers point out to the fact that illness and unhealthy condition, especially non-communicable diseases (NCDs), start from your gut. They call it GI health, that is gastrointestinal health. GI health depends on the food that you take in. The old saying is very pertinent here, that is, you are what you eat. Spiraling cases of NCDs in India and why India, anywhere else in the world, had been a subject of serious concern among the health scientists and workers. We know that the level of diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, carcinomas, and diseases caused by deficiency of micronutrients like iron, iodine, vitamins, and minerals had been troubling the health planets for quite some time. But the onslaught of COVID-19 has changed our priorities. The current pandemic of COVID-19 has taught us plenty of lessons. One among the most important ones is the relevance of nutrition in human health and well-being. The importance of balanced diet with all essential nutrients has never been so much emphasized before. Thanks to the Energy and Environment Foundation, which took the initiative for conducting such a discussion on nutrition and public health as part of the World Healthcare Conference being held on 15th and 16th April 2021 on virtual platform. I am Dr. Madhavan, who shall be moderating the discussion. We have an array of distinguished scientists here as speakers, headed by none other than Dr. Shashikaran, who was Director of National Institute of Nutrition, NIN, Hyderabad. He is an MD by his professional qualification, and he is probably one of the most renowned nutritionists in the world today. I personally know him for the last 3 decades and have learned a lot of things from him. He will chair the session. Besides him, we have with us Dr. Jasveer Singh, regulatory. I think he is. He has come. Jasveer, Dr. Jasveer Singh. Dr. Jasveer Singh, regulatory, scientific, and government affairs leader, South Asia, DuPont Nutrition and Biosciences. He is again a good friend of mine. Namaskar, Jasveer ji. Dr. Parmeet Kaur, Chief Dietitian, Department of Dietetics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Dr. Shikha Sharma, Head, Nutrition and Wellness, NutriWell Health India, who are all proven personalities in the realm of nutrition and public health. Along with these distinguished speakers, I shall be speaking a little bit as a not so distinguished speaker. With these opening words, with all humility, I invite Dr. Shashikaran to chair the session and to deliver the keynote address. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhavan. And first, I would like to thank Dr. Anil Garg for giving me this opportunity and Dr. Madhavan for coordinating the entire session. And as Dr. Madhavan said that we know each other for many years, we are probably closely associated in food regulation in this country for quite some time. We tried to bring in a lot of changes with limited success and a lot of failures, but nevertheless we keep going. And in this, of course, even Jasveer, who is there, who is probably a partner coming from the industry. We also have nutritionists who are working at the community level and the hospital level, like Parmit Kaur and as well Shika Sharma. And it is indeed a nice combination of speakers. I will start off with a brief introductory presentation, which is relevant to the theme. And now I'll share my screen. So you're all able to see the slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So this session is about on the nutrition and public health, the new orientation of modern food industry towards wellness and fitness. I will go into some United Nations Global Nutrition Alliance document, and I'll like to quote some what all has been said there. Malnutrition in all its forms continues to hamper the lives and opportunities of millions of people worldwide. In fact, if you see, this malnutrition is probably a bigger problem than what COVID is right now. There were 160 million people under 5 years age or who are stunted. And at the same time, we have about 42 million who are overweight and obese. Now, improvements in nutrition will contribute significantly to reducing poverty, achieving health, education, and employment goals. So every country needs to realize that improving its people's nutrition is the single common agenda which will have far-reaching implications of benefits to those countries. Many countries have made progress, but we have had a lot of limitation. You can see the kind of limitations we have in our country still, despite all the advances. Achieving the goal of optimal nutrition encompasses the prevention, control, and treatment of undernutrition, micronutrient malnutrition, and overweight and obesity. So these are the three main arms of the nutritional problems across the globe. And we need to concentrate on promoting optimal care and feeding practices, dietary diversity, and of course, food safety. The fact that undernutrition, micronutrient malnutrition, as well as overweight, obesity are coexisting together poses a greater challenge. And then it underscores the reality that malnutrition is a global phenomenon. The next quote, of course, is by Stacia Nordin, who's from the FAO, who said that nutrition is for all of us and requires all of us to do our part together. So we cannot just sit tight and say it's the government's responsibility. It is everybody's responsibility, the government, the community, the industry, and so on. So we reach the common goal of optimal nutrition for all. If that has to be done, all have to join hands. And with this new reaffirmed commitments by the UN System Agency, along with plans for using and reviewing the Global Alliance Nutrition Agenda document, we have a better chance of creating nutritious food systems for healthy people and healthy societies. There's another quote by Catherine Engelhardt, the WHO Regional Office in the Western Pacific region, who said that malnutrition now refers to both undernutrition and obesity and diet-related non-communicable diseases. We need to break down the walls of typical siloed approach to nutrition in improvement. So we are now cannot be handling undernutrition separately or obesity separately. It is one leading to the other. The United Nations Global Nutrition Agenda has the potential to create much needed linkages between UN partners and better support governments to create healthy food environments. Now the question of what is the importance of the role of the private sector in banishing malnutrition? This was a paper published in Nutrition. And from there I quote, the way people eat is fundamentally affected by the quantity of food and the nutritional quality of processed food available and how it is marketed, priced, and distributed. Every word is of immense importance. That it is also the quantity, as well as the quality of the food, as well as how it is being distributed. We'll go into detail later on. And the American Journal of Public Health, in this publication, Derek York et al. Said, if we are to successfully combat global undernutrition, efforts must be sustained by multiple stakeholders from various sectors. We believe that trust is built through industry's demonstration of practical actions that improve health and recognition of these actions by governments and non-government. There are a role on both sides, the industry's role, and the government should also recognize that the industry is actually putting in efforts. Now, this is a paper which got published very recently, maybe last month, by Philippa, Jules, and others. The title of the paper is The Ultra-Processed Foods and Incident Cardiovascular Disease in the Framingham Offspring Study. You know that the Framingham study in the US is one of the largest cohort studies, which has led to hundreds of publications and invaluable evidence about what happens in the long term. So this study actually showed something very interesting, is that the greater intake of ultra-processed foods is associated with a higher risk of cardiac events, independent of the energy intake and obesity. See, we always said that eating junk foods or eating poor food will not only lead to overweight, obesity, and other non-communicable diseases, but also people who are overweight are at a greater risk if they continue to eat ultra-processed food. But it is not only that. It appears that even people who have normal BMIs, even people who are eating healthy diets, the greater proportion they consume of ultra-processed foods, their risk of cardiovascular disease is almost the same as the risk of cardiovascular disease among the obese. Now, what are the various actions we would like to recommend? The first action, of course, is now in the industry, we have the primary processors of agriculture produce. We rarely think of them as part of the food industry. These are the guys who take the agriculture produce, primary process it, and store it. We need to expand the capacity for the primary processing to prevent food wastage. We have more than 30 to 40% food being wasted in our country. And we should increase the reach of this industry. It is not enough that primary processors are located in the metropolitan cities and the farmers need to carry their produce to them. These industries should distribute themselves and go to the farmers. A good example, of course, you see how milk is procured in our country and how the milk chilling plants and milk procurement are done at the doorstep of the farmer. This should be done for the other primary commodities as well. Provide appropriate storage capacity until processing. Quite a lot of food which is produced gets wasted because when the farmer doesn't get a price, he throws the food and goes away. So we need to provide the capacity. And industry has to participate in the national fortification strategies right at the primary processing level itself. I know how much of difficulty we've had convincing rice millers to participate in the ultra rice process where you fortify the rice before they are bagged itself. The second action, of course, is targeted products. Industry needs to develop low-cost, nutritious products based on the recommendation, targeting adolescent girls, pregnant women, and complementary ready-to-cook infant foods beyond 6 months of age. And I was fortunately a part of an advisory group where the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has done such a project of how industry can actually be participative in public health nutrition. And this paper will be published very soon. And this was coordinated by the Wageningen University in Netherlands. And this is primarily to demonstrate to the industry how you can actually do, how you can get involved in the public health nutrition, leave alone the profits. The industry empowered self-help groups, small scale, can also produce quality nutritious food, and larger industry should handhold the smaller self-help groups. Fortified foods using relatively healthier products. Avoid fortifying unhealthy food. This has become a habit that if there is something which is labeled as a junk food, you add nutrients in that and market it as a healthy option, which is not correct. And the industry has to be in line with the fortification strategies the country lays down. Action 3 is on claims and advertisement. This has become a vexatious area. I've been part of one of the regulatory bodies here, which looks at the advertisement ethical practices. Industry has to have its own level of ethics. Never should you show a processed food as better than a natural, wholesome food for daily nutritional requirement. Example, I've seen advertisements saying that the cookie is as good as a glass of milk. Now make a content claim. You make a content claim on 100 grams, but your maximum serve size is, you say, is only 20 grams, which means you say that the benefit you will get is only when you consume 100 grams, but you tell people that your per day consumption is 20 grams. You're hardly getting 1/5 the nutrition which is promised. Claims need to be either tested or evidence-based. Either you do your study yourself or you refer to the evidence already existing. Minimize advertisements which are targeting growing children. Avoid unrealistic nutritional benefits based on small, inadequately powered bias studies. You do a small case control studies with a non-random sample, open label, and then such claims will never be acceptable as true. Modify or develop new products. Now, this is what most of the industry is doing and very happy about it. Based on established traditional knowledge, you can modify. Quite a lot of traditional knowledge is there, which is known to give health benefits. Let us utilize it. Reduce the amount of total and saturated fat content independent of the technology. So there are people who say that something is baked, so it is healthier, something is air fried, it is healthier, but you look at the nutrient composition, it will contain almost the same amount of high fat. So the technology is not the issue. The question is how much is your person consuming. Reduce refined carbohydrate content and sugar. Increase the proportion of unsaturated fat and maintain the omega-6 to omega-3 ratios. Have products having more of monounsaturated fat than just PUFA. Reduce the sodium content and increase the potassium content. There has been recently a lot of publications that clearly showed that lowering sodium content and higher potassium has immense benefits in maintaining blood pressure. Add dietary fiber, both soluble and insoluble, and with the new knowledge about the gut microbiome, fiber is of extreme importance. When you're using traditional science or products from tradition, you have to follow certain principles. Number one, the ingredient which you're providing per serve should have the quantity and quality as mentioned in traditional literature so that the consumer gets the benefit and not merely smells a particular ingredient and thinks he's feeling good. Its bioavailability should be tested and compare it with the traditional source, ensure its safety, do a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled studies showing that that particular traditional ingredient gives a benefit. You have to have the active substance analytical data available to the consumer, if not on the pack, at least through a website. And do food-based clinical, when you do food-based clinical trials, all should register under the Clinical Trial Registry of India so that the public have access to know whether a real study has been done, if so, what was the study design, etc. So thank you. This, in short, is a summary of the theme of this particular meeting. So I'll now stop by sharing and go back to Dr. Madhavan.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shashikaran. It was really interesting. Very summarized talk, of course. Very dense, I should say, information dense presentation. So I think we can take up questions together later on. That is what we had decided. Right, sir?
Yes, you can go on to the next speaker. We'll take the questions to the end. Anybody want, they can post it on the Q&A box also.
Yes, yes. Anybody wants, you can put on the chat box.
Okay.
Now I call upon Dr. Jasveer Singh. Dr. Jasveer Singh. Dr. Jasveer is there?
Jasveer, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, Jasveer Singh. It's your turn now. I invite you to give your talk.
I hope you can see the screen.
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the role that food industry is currently playing in this overall theme of health and wellness for consumers. And in a sense, this is in continuation of what Dr. Shashikaran was saying. The only difference being that while Dr. Shashikaran was talking about what should be done, Here, I will be picking up more of what is being done or what is happening in this space from a food industry perspective. So as COVID is impacting a lot of us and our lifestyles as well, there are few trends that we do see, which I mean, at some point of time was seemingly too big sort of trends, but some of them have stabilized, some of them still continue to change. The first one is that the home cooking continues. While there was an expectation at the initial phase, at least when COVID started and work from home started, that the home cooking might get disrupted significantly. While there has been some sort of disruption, but to a large extent, the majority of Indian consumers, they still agree that they intend to experiment with new cuisines and recipes, but in their home kitchen setups. The second is the online grocery shopping continues to increase, and that's quite understandable. Food safety seem to have come up significantly on top of consumers' mind, because we are seeing that almost 55% of consumers, they seem to be preferring packaged food compared to the fresh ones, purely because of that belief that the packaged food is giving them better food safety in current times, when even touching surfaces or coming in touch with some other people is becoming a cause of concern. At home workout continues to trend. People are spending a little more time exercising, but at home. And this is a trend which is common both among males and females. Uh, and we believe that all these trends will continue to impact the way we consume food going forward. And as a lot of us have started spending a disproportionately higher amount of time on screens or searching internet for information, so there are many questions which are popping up on the minds of consumers. The first one is that, am I eating a lot? That's a very common term being searched online. The other is why I'm looking so tired all day. I mean, I don't have any energy to go out for a walk. And then while people look at their weight management, the questions, I mean, is it right? Is it true? Is it something that I need to worry about? These are things that people are watching out for. And no contact delivery has become another term which is interesting consumers in a large way, especially for the online delivery platforms. So while food safety is of paramount importance, at times it goes to the other extreme, that do I really need to sanitize the food before I consume it? So these are things which are on top of consumers' minds when they make purchasing decisions or when they consume certain products which they buy. And typically, I mean, this remains a fact that consumers continue to look for products which give them health and well-being benefits. And when consumers look for certain products, brands oblige. Brands see this as a business opportunity, that there is a demand for certain kind of products, and wherever there's a brand alignment to those demands, they attempt to fulfill those demands of consumers. So this is a data that I am picking up, which was a survey done by us in July. So almost 86% in July's survey, they show that they do bother about how a product or a service being offered to them affects their health and wellness. And that impression or that information, it can be either one of that, definitely influences their purchasing decisions. And for 53% of them, it always influences their choices. So for 86%, it is yes, it may, but for 53% of them, it always influences their purchasing decisions. And that's a very significantly high number compared to previous times, where people generally used to look at only the MRP and the best before date on products, and rest everything else was really immaterial while making a purchase. So we have seen that in this current phase, turmeric has gained a significant amount of attraction. So you see a lot of turmeric based products. Chyawanprash, because of its inherent equity that exists in minds of Indians, has come in various other products than a conventional Chyawanprash that we used to see. Immunity word you see on lot many products, and while there are genuine concerns that whether that's really scientifically justified or not, but these are trends which are there, and hence brands continue to serve these demands. Another thing that I wanted to pick up was around proteins. So while protein deficiency among Indians continue to remain a concern, very interesting point was that when we did this survey among consumers, and we were looking at what is the benefit that consumers perceive which comes to them from proteins, it is still the source of energy which comes at the topmost benefit in the minds of consumer. While all of us as scientists may have our reservations against that, but that's a fact. So if we look at the topmost benefits associated with proteins in the minds of consumer, again, source of energy, promotes bone health, improves immunity, strengthens brain functions, and all that. These remain topmost functions associated with protein in the minds of consumers, and hence consumers do have a certain preference for buying products which claim to be higher in protein content. And now that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is that this also shows there's a huge amount of work which still needs to be done in terms of consumer education on the right kind of science associated with the various nutrients and nutrition sciences in general. The other thing that I want to talk about is probiotics, which is gaining a lot of momentum these days. And if you look at history in the early 20th century, uh, it was proposed by Elie Metchnikoff, which is also called as father of natural immunity. And he proposed that lactic acid producing bacteria used for fermenting milk products, it contributes to health and longevity. And probiotic term itself, which meant for life, it was first coined in 60s by Lilly and Stilwell, and the definition has undergone a little bit of changes over a period of time, although much of it still remains the same. The current definition, which is adopted by most people, while there is a significant amount of variation in the definition being adopted among various countries or regulatory bodies that exists, but most common definition which is prevalent today is that these are live microorganisms which, when administered in adequate amounts, confer a health benefit on the host. And this health benefit we have seen continues to expand over times. And today, there are multiple benefits which have come out to be associated with probiotics, whether it is strengthening immunity or digestive health. And digestive health continues to be the biggest area associated with probiotics. Promoting mood and memory is another upcoming area where benefits are being associated with consumption of specific strains of probiotics. Oral health, weight management, vaginal health, and antibiotic resistance. These are other areas which are important consumer benefit areas which are coming up, where probiotics are showing a good amount of promise in scientific studies, and the brands seem to be interested in using these health benefits associated with probiotics. So now one of the challenge with probiotics is that there is a significant amount of data available which shows the benefit of consumption of probiotics. The molecular mechanisms of actions of probiotics, or the molecular basis of some of those benefits, continues to remain elusive, at least. But the common mechanisms of action that have been seen so far, one and the most important one is their ability to colonize, and then as a result, a normalization of disturbed intestinal microbial communities, whether it is in children or in adults. That continues to be the biggest area where we see products being launched in the market containing probiotics. Competitive exclusion of pathogens or bacteriocin production is another area where probiotics seem to operate and provide benefit to population. Enzymatic activity and production of volatile fatty acids is another mechanism by which probiotics deliver their benefits. Cell adhesion, cell antagonism, or mucin production are other areas which deliver some of the benefits. And of late, immunity as well as this brain-gut axis, where human microbiome seems to be playing a bigger role, much bigger than what was anticipated a few years back, is another upcoming area of research around the mechanism of action associated with probiotics. Now, while there is a lot of science available around benefits, there is a good amount of regulatory oversight associated with use of probiotics before these products get launched into the market. And this regulatory oversight is around two pillars that we see. The first is around the safety assessment of a probiotic, and the second is around the efficacy assessment of a probiotic strain. So among the safety assessment, like for example, in India, ICMR had developed a guideline around safety evaluation of probiotics quite a few years back, and the same continues to be a reference point for the regulatory decision making. The genetic stability of the probiotic strain over time and various metabolic activities of that strain, especially the deleterious metabolic activities, the potential for pathogenicity or toxicogenicity, these are areas which are specially evaluated for a probiotic strain before it is deemed to be safe. And presence of a transferable antibiotic resistance genes also is an area which is specifically evaluated. And when we look at the efficacy assessment of a strain, we look at resistance to gastric acidity, because those are the basic conditions associated for a probiotic strain, so that it is able to withstand the digestive conditions present. And only when it is able to withstand those digestive conditions, that it is able to deliver the benefits associated with the probiotic strain. So resistance to gastric acidity, bile acid resistance, antimicrobial activity against potentially pathogenic bacteria which can be present in the digestive tract, ability to reduce pathogen adhesion to surfaces, and bile salt hydrolyze activities. These are areas which are tested as part of the efficacy assessment of probiotic strains. And the significant points to remember when we deal with the products containing probiotic strains uh, is that so far we do see that lactobacillus and bifidobacteria are the most common microorganisms which have been used as probiotics in various products. While there are other genus which are coming up, and recently there has been a realignment of the genuses as well, but these two continue to be the core around which probiotic products continue to get formulated. And probiotics, they can be incorporated into food, or they can also be administered in an isolated form in the form of a capsule or a pill as well. So both these delivery mechanisms are available for delivering probiotic to a consumer. And while probiotic microorganisms uh, are there, and especially in a society like India, where scientific knowledge has still not percolated down to the consumers, but the benefits associated with probiotic microorganisms are always strain specific. So not all probiotics will have the same benefit, but it will always be associated with a particular strain. And hence, the purchasing decision need to be made on the basis of the specific benefit which is associated with the particular strain used in that product. However, in the current environment, it is more of a general feel-good factor associated around probiotic, which seem to be driving consumers' purchase behaviors. But this knowledge need to go down to them, so that they are able to choose products which are able to give them specific benefit which they are looking for. Probiotics are helpful to reduce infections and duration of sickness. This is another area which is important. So we do see that almost 70% of our immune cells, they are in our gut. And bifidobacterium, which is the good bacteria in our gut, is always compromised. That's the general observation among two group of people. One is the seniors, and the other is patients. So and there are studies which show that only 5% of bifidobacterial strains, they remain in functional form in seniors gut. So this dysbiosis seems to be playing a big role in the health associated problems which are associated with these two groups of seniors as well as patients. And probiotics have been positioned to give benefits, so that there is an increased immunity and reduced risk of acute infections, as well as the duration of sickness among certain patient groups. And these are some of these studies which have been coming up and which continue to come up with a very regular frequency around various benefits which are coming up with certain probiotic strains. So a study in Nature by Dr. Panigrahi in 2017 demonstrated a very significant reduction of infant associated septicemia when people in rural population in India were given products containing Lactobacillus plantarum. And this study has now been picked up uh, for a large scale trial in Bangladesh uh, by one of the foundations. Their effect on cold and influenza like symptoms, both on the incidence of cold and influenza as well as the duration of cold and influenza. There are studies which show that probiotics do provide certain benefits in that. And immunity has become a buzzword. So you do see a lot of studies coming up around benefits associated with the immunity when you consume Lactobacillus rhamnosus or other strains, and when it comes to matters of immunity. So rhamnosus HNO01, again, it's a very common strain which has been explored for multiple health benefits. And here, this is around gestational diabetes or benefits which are available during pregnancy and postpartum symptoms of depression and anxiety. And among all this, we do see that dysbiosis remains one of the key feature. And what this means is that the gut microbial dysbiosis is actually a loss of beneficial microorganisms which are present there. And the balance between good bacteria and bad bacteria in a very layman's terminology, once that gets displaced, there is dysbiosis, and that leads to certain health issues. And restoring balance, that's what probiotics are supposed to do, leads to these benefits which are associated with probiotics consumption. And another term which is now coming up is postbiotics. It's a pretty early time for this. These do not contain live microorganisms, but these are substances which are released or produced through metabolic activities of microorganisms. And these substances exert a beneficial effect on host, whether it's directly or indirectly. And that's another area which is coming up associated with this, associated with probiotics, but in a postbiotics fashion. So these are some of the,
Dr. Jasbir Singh,
yeah, this is the last one
Dr.
that I
Jasbir
had.
Singh,
So
how much time will take? Okay. Sure. Carry on.
this is the last one that I had. So this is the kind of areas that we do see are playing out there as far as health and wellness is concerned, and food industry is playing its role in developing products containing these various scientific developments, incorporating them into product formulations, and delivering to consumers so that these health benefits can be delivered. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Jasbir Singh. Very informative, as your talks are always used to be. And really thankful to you once again. So I call upon Dr. Shikha Sharma. Dr. Shikha is there?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like to make a presentation or your talk?
No, I'll be speaking directly. And
okay, that's good. You're welcome. You're welcome. Please carry on. Thank you. And you have 20 minutes.
Yes.
You have 20 minutes.
Thank you. So firstly, I'd like to thank Dr. Garg for inviting me. And I must say it's an honor to be among such distinguished faculty. So today I think, start a little bit about the whole ecosystem and how I got into the ecosystem. So when I was a junior doctor in Department of Cardiology at the GB Pant Hospital, New Delhi, and in that we used to see in the ICU a lot of patients come in every day, and GB Pant actually serves a very large area, and just adjacent to GB Pant Hospital is the Delhi 6 area, which is a traditional old Delhi, where you have fried food as a staple diet. And obviously we used to get a lot of patients with myocardial infarction coming to the ICU at GB Pant Hospital. And as a very young junior doctor, I realized that while we are taught about preventive healthcare, uh, but really it's not structured, institutionalized, so that the patient can follow the whole thing. And many times when in the OPD, we would see the patient after the incident, after a few months, what I realized is that they were slowly and slowly going back to their unhealthy habits. And the prime reason was because they were living in an obesogenic environment. Now, we all know that there are a couple of things which impact our decisions. Our eating is not only about an individual decision, it is also about the decision of the family, the decision of the friends, the social structure where you belong. And finally, I think food is also connected to a lot of emotions and stress. And like Dr. Jasveer Singh just spoke about dysbiosis and stress, which is actually true. And there are a lot of elements of food which, as a doctor, I did not understand. So to put like a disclaimer, so I'm not a nutritionist by training. I'm a nutrition evangelist. So I believe in that nutrition can go a long way in preventing healthcare, adverse healthcare outcomes. And also nutrition is one place where, because we are a plus 1 billion population, and we all know that the healthcare infrastructure is not geared up if everybody starts falling ill. So I think nutrition is one of the ways which, as an ecosystem approach, if we take an ecosystem approach to nutrition, we'll be able to make large strides in improving healthcare outcomes within our country. The second thing which I want to bring about here is that many times one of the biggest reasons why people are not able to follow good eating activities or choices is also because of a misconception about food. Now, to give you a small example, I mean, I think for years and years, in general population, it was believed that the milk is a whole food. And somehow the perception went out into the common population that if you're drinking milk, if kids are drinking milk, they're getting everything. Whereas we all know as people of science that it's not true. But somehow the perception went out that if you drink milk, and even if the kid is not eating enough vegetables and fruits and other things, he's fine. And that is why I think millions of mothers across the country were just force feeding milk till the time the studies came out that even kids could be lactose intolerant, and therefore it's not necessary. And holistic nutrition is more important than getting fixated with one particular food item. So the psychology of food is that people look for shortcuts. People look for a magic bullet. And many times, so I run an organization. I'm a founder of an organization called NutriWell. And we have about 200 people of nutrition, Ayurvedic doctors in our organization. And one of the common things what we have encountered or experienced is that people look for a magic bullet. And that is why perhaps what happens is that people say, okay, this green tea is going to make you lose weight, or this particular herb is going to improve fertility, or this particular magic thing is going to do something. Like today, when we are in the times of pandemic, I think many people are looking at vaccine also as a magic bullet so that they can smoke, they can eat unhealthy, and the vaccine will take care of everything. So it's like a magic vaccine which will take care of an imbalance in lifestyle disorders. So which really brings me to the point that as a society, and as what can we do for society to help them understand A, the power of nutrition, B, take them away from the magic bullet concept, that there is no magic bullet, and really the food what we eat, the lifestyle what we follow is the one which is going to help us in the long term. Let's look at typical cases, diabetes. People who are diabetic, slowly we know that their medication goes up, eventually they'll end up with insulin, and it's a progressive deterioration in many cases. And as a doctor, I have always felt that what can we do in patient education and empowerment and participation? So, how do we bring about a participatory healthcare where the patient is at the center of the participation and not just at the receiving end? There is a huge difference. When the patient is at the receiving end, we prescribe a medication, it's end of our prescription. We tell the patient that this is what you, if the patient lands up in a hospital because of a cardiac emergency or a diabetic emergency, the hospital is geared up to save the patient life. But post discharge, what happens to the patient? Can we have more and more studies about how in a particular population, what are the outcomes in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, especially Indian studies? The reason is because when we talk about an obesogenic environment, many times we have seen that even while the patient is getting a particular prescription, if you look at the family, if you look at really who are the influencers, their eating habits, what are they going to be eating in the family, that is a predictor, I think, in large ways of what will happen to our patients. And therefore, I think it's also important not only to take medical history in terms of hypertension or diabetes or cancers, but also medical history in terms of what does your family eat? What is the kind of nutrition your family is following? What is the lifestyle your family has? Because in families where exercise is not a lifestyle, it's only done before a wedding or in a short spurt for an anniversary, it's unlikely that the patient is going to be healthy, because we are a product of our families, we are a product of our ecosystem and our societies and communities. So those are the softer aspects of healthcare. I think as scientists, as people of science, we also need to get into our studies of community healthcare. An aspect which I am also observing in the last many years, and we have seen that in US, despite so much of intervention and despite many products being launched, the obesity has only grown and grown like how. And the same kind of trajectory, I think we are going to be seeing in India. That despite so much movement towards obesity management, I think somewhere there is a lopsided understanding of healthcare in which we think that this particular product, whether it's a sugar-free product or like Dr. Jasveer Singh so beautifully explained that all bacilli may not be having the impact on as a probiotic. So the understanding about what is really working rather than a magic bullet is where I think it's really missing in the industry today. So the products keep coming out. Like I still remember that we had people who would join our obesity management program and they wanted to have a 0-calorie beverage. And it took a lot of convincing to tell them that this 0-calorie beverage is no good for you because it has other elements which are unhealthy. So people, the moment they said 0-calorie and they said, okay, calorie equivalent to nutrition, obesity, they just made a mental math and they said, okay, 0-calorie is fine. So I can have this beverage which is talking about 0-calorie without consideration of what are the other elements which are going to be harmful. So we had people who were drinking 6 to 8 0-calorie beverages in a day. We also had people who were getting into diet chocolates. And we all know that it had aspartame, which means that people who were told not to have or were told not to have no sugar, they switched to aspartame in extremely high doses. And this is something I think we need to strike a balance on. How do we educate communities so that they make intelligent choices? They're not just going for a word or a label or something which somehow they think this is a magic bullet or this is something which I can indulge without having any side effect or adverse effect. What is really important is I think that as an industry, everyone has to come together for health as an ecosystem and not just, like I said, a knee-jerk reaction. So like, for example, if today people are, because of the pandemic, choosing to exercise more, they are reading more about nutrition, they're reading more about exercises, they're reading more about what affects them. At the same time, there are tons of people out there who think that once they've got a vaccine, they have a license to smoke. Once they have a vaccine, they have a license to indulge in unhealthy habits, because now the vaccine is going to be the protection. Like, for example, for years we have seen that diabetics overindulge the moment they get onto insulin, because now they have a powerful weapon in their hand. They know that this insulin can protect them, so they kind of go even more easy on their lifestyle and their exercises and other things. So I think that is what really is required today, is the crying need of the hour, that how do we really build a model in the ecosystem which brings different stakeholders together on a common platform in public good, because public good is very important. As India is still a developing country, malnutrition as one end and starvation at the other end. I think we are getting the wrong side of both the, if we look at a bell curve, we're looking at the wrong side of both the sides. At one end, we have kids in villages who are starving. And at the other end, we have the middle class and the upper middle class kids who are getting obese and unhealthy and getting blood pressure and diabetes at much, much younger ages than what I had seen as a medical doctor when I was practicing. So I think what is really important is that how do we control this kind of a pandemic, or not really an epidemic, let's call it an epidemic of unhealthy behavior practices and ecosystem and environment. Now, of course, there are many models and we all know about it. There are like Japan. Now, Japan is a country which has managed to be developed, but the way the culture is structured, the way the Japanese culture is structured, people are still healthy. People are still choosing natural foods, healthy foods. And even as far as the industry is concerned, they are promoting health in the right way. They're promoting health in a way where people can benefit, where people do not become unhealthy. So for example, if we are looking at reducing fat in the diet, so we should talk about actually improving healthy fats in the diet, rather than going zero fat and then coming up with products which are high sugar and high salt and high sugar products. Similarly, like it was mentioned by our esteemed panelist, Dr. Jasveer Singh, that when we talk about products which are, good for diabetics, when we look at the product composition, we see many other things which are not good for diabetics. So let's look at, say, an example of a biscuit which is salty biscuit, and it has no sugar, but it does have refined flour, which is bad for diabetics. Even sugar-free biscuits or light sugar biscuits made out of arrowroot are kind of promoted that they are good for diabetics, and they're even given in hospitals to diabetics. And when you look at arrowroot in a refined form is not good for diabetics, definitely not. And in the cheaper or the budget varieties, there is also trans fats. So like you might have a big brand not using trans fat, but you have a similar copy looking exactly the same using trans fats and using many other chemicals and stabilizers, which are which are hardly visible. The labels are hardly visible. So I think that's where we also have to see, because people tend to we have to be realistic. We are moving into a society of convenience. If you look at Singapore, where if you look at the way the new apartments are structured, the kitchen is almost disappearing. So while initially there used to be a small place called a kitchen, now in the new apartments, which are smaller, there is just a slab, which is the so-called kitchen. It's just a slab on one side of the wall with your microwave and your other gadgets, which is the so-called kitchen, which means that in big cities like Delhi, Bombay, and Bangalore, slowly we will start seeing a trend where people will just order food or maybe use ready-to-eat foods. That is why as an industry, I think the responsibility even becomes larger, because we cannot expect public to be having so much information like scientists do. So how can we come together to make sure the food industry grows, and it grows in an ethical way, bringing healthy foods to the community, healthy foods to the population? Because today people are willing to pay. It's not that people are not willing to pay for food or takeaways or ready to eat foods. But as industry, how can we all come together as scientists, as doctors, as people in the healthcare system. Like we run an organization where we virtually we do remote telehealth, in which we look at lifestyle disorders, and we ourselves are surprised and shocked that in families, people who have unhealthy practices, the entire family has unhealthy practices. And while one member may join us for lifestyle correction, but the entire family is at risk. And the risk is not only for the diabetes or for pregnancy or gestational diabetes or hypertension, but also in terms of physical deformities, because when little kids are overweight and obese, their development suffers, their physical development suffers. And that's very, very critical, that the next generation should not be having physical developmental issues just because they were not only getting lacking in nutrition, which is good oils, but they were also overweight because they just had too much of refined food. A lot of people don't understand when we ask them, are you off sugar? They say, yeah, we don't have sugar for the last 5 years. But if you really look at their nutrition, it is all refined flour. Everything is high glycemic index flour. So I think these are very critical issues, which as science people, as people in the healthcare sector, we need to relook at that. How can we serve society in a way which is a win-win? I feel industry and food industry contributes to jobs. It contributes to economy, and it's very, very important. How do we all become partners in a progress where the community is actually becoming healthy, where as India, we can proudly say that we all got together to make India healthy. Because as we see many models in many countries, they have actually made their countrymen and their society unhealthy. And while the society, and I feel when a customer pays for a product, there is a responsibility of all of us that they get the best and the healthy things, even when they don't understand so many things about science of nutrition or science of food technology or many other things. So I think those are very critical aspects which we need to deliberate about. We need to come together. There might be disagreements, but I think as long as we have conversations around how can we make our community healthy by getting all the stakeholders together, that would be a very, very important aspect. The next thing I think is, what are the interfaces where people are coming together? Hospital is one interface where people come because of a medical emergency. Can we do some educational programs starting when we have people at that point when they're open to change? Similarly, birthing centers or when people have babies, can the parents of the baby, can the families of the baby have a small sensitization workshop that how to live a healthy life? Because that's the time people are open to change, because for their child, most parents are willing to do that change. Can we sensitize them? When senior citizens come for vaccination or when senior citizens come for their health checkups, can we sensitize their families on how to make them healthy? Can schools become an institution where health is promoted and talked about? When I was going to school, we at that point did not have many of these restaurants and many of these takeaways and all that, and mostly we ate fresh food at home. But today's schools also have cafeterias and canteens where a lot of unhealthy food is available. Can we make schools as a point of contact for the kids where they're taught health? I feel that we learn history, geography, calculus, and so many other things. But one thing which we, I think, do not learn at school is that how to take care of this body. How to take care of this body through lifestyle, through nutrition, through correct eating habits, stress management. Today, some children tell me that they're stressed, and though I don't want to smile, but I also realize they're telling the truth, because they are not able to focus or relax because of so many devices. They're not able to switch off their minds because of multiple devices. And they get stressed because they're constantly distracted. So what I'm trying to say is that can schools become a hub spot of health education and learning behavior for the personal health? Can organizations, large organizations, institutions which are commercial institutions or big corporates, can they become a small hub? I know that today corporates are struggling with keeping economies on the level, their job losses. But can we proactively bring a positive frame of mind into people's lives and create a positive ecosystem where people look at health as a priority along with other things in their lives. So those are a few of the things I think I wanted to share, and I'll be happy to take questions towards the end of the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shikha Sharma. It was really eye-opening remarks that you put. In fact, your varied experience in medical field has added new dimension to our observations so far here. And we have really, come out with new points and new dimensions. Now I call upon Dr. Paramit Kaur. She herself is a dietitian and she is a chief dietitian at All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences. Dr. Paramit Kaur, please. Please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, unmute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome.
At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Garg for giving me an opportunity to share views regarding hospital diet, because hospital diets, they have a very big role to play in patient recovery. And it is very important that we provide a nutritious and healthy diet to the admitted patients. And nowadays, the hospitals, they are in hospitals, a lot of bulk cooking is involved, and we get heterogeneous population. We get normal diet patients, we get therapeutic diet patients they are suffering from various diseases. And then we also have ICUs, and we also have special like transplant patients. So there is a diverse need of hospital diet in our country now. And I will share the screen also along with it. Yeah, just a moment. I'll share the screen. So planning nutrition standards for hospital diet, it is a very big challenge, and especially during the current time when there is onset of COVID-19, the challenge is much more. And we know that when we talk about hospital diets, the first person which I always remember is the lady with the lamp. You all know Florence Nightingale. And way back in 1861, in the year 1861, during the American Civil War, she realized the importance of nutritious diet in recovery of the soldiers. And then the first diet manual was created then, was made by her. And it included 15 recipes, which included high protein foods like chicken broth, beef, vegetables, which contain a lot of oxidants. But it was not diet specific, because it was just, the focus was on recovery from undernutrition. That was in 1861. But now the nutrition science, the medical nutrition therapy, it has taken a new role in last 5-6 decades. Now we emphasize more on preventive nutrition, curative nutrition, and therefore we need to have specific diets for all these. So keeping all this in mind, I would also like to share my experience of working in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And first, to brief everybody that it was established in the year 1959. And I have been working here from last 30 years. And currently, we have around 2,400 hospital dieted patients. So again, I will say that again, it is a big challenge to cater for all kind of patients, of all age groups. We have children, we have infants, we have adults, we have geriatric population, we have pregnant women, we have lactating women, we have patients coming after surgery, various kind of surgery, transplant, and so on. Kidney diseases, cardiac patients, cancer patients. So you name a disease, we have got variety of patients here. So an initiative was taken for the first time in our country to have a nutritional standards for all the specific diets, possible diets, which are seen in our country. And that is why we are not only involved in patient care, we are also involved in research and also in teaching. So keeping all this in mind, nutrition standards for hospital diets was created by the team of dietitians of AIIMS in the year 2020. And I will share with you what all aspects were taken in mind while its preparation. And it was recently launched on 15th August 2020 by our Honorable Director, Sir, Dr. Randeep Guleria. And now, how did we go about it? We went for this. We started with recipe and meal standardization. And then you know that currently in hospitals, food is cooked and served immediately. It is not like hotel industry where we have many choices. But in a government hospital, it has to be a fixed meal pattern and Indian diets and basic staple, like we have to cover all food groups. We have to cover cereals, protein, vegetables, dal, and curd. So all this has to be covered. But now, because cooking is a skill, and then chefs were also involved in its standardization, and all the recipes which are being used in the hospital, their yield was calculated and standardized by the specific procedures, standardized procedures. And then we also took into consideration NIN, ICMR nutrient requirement for Indians for planning normal diets. Indian food composition tables were used in planning the diets of the hospitalized patients. And then for normal dieted patients, we covered, as I was mentioning earlier, adults, pediatrics, pregnancy, lactation, geriatrics, then diet modifications, clear liquid, full liquid, semi-solid. And then I would like to say here that because if you see a food tray here, industry now has a big role to play here because we need to upgrade ourselves in food packaging and service of packaged food items, which are standardized and FSSAI approved and nutritious at the same time. Now, we also took, when we were devising all the diets, we carefully looked into what are the current guidelines and all the carbohydrates, proteins and fat ratios, their percentage were derived and decided as per the international standards and also an NIN national standards. Now the challenge was preparing diets for nutrition disorders because there are malnourished patients, patients with sarcopenia, then obesity, then micronutrient abnormalities, and starvation patients when they were coming. And if we begin a diet, whole diet, then there are disorders of refeeding syndrome. So we have to tackle various kinds of patients, because recently we got a patient from Haridwar who was on fast for more than a month. And then it was a big challenge bringing that person to the normal condition. And then lot of the nutritional intervention was involved in that. And then we were able to get good results in that patient over a month's time. Now, the various diets which we have standardized are more than 25. You can see a list here. And here we also need the industry also to come forward and to upgrading for much further upgrading, and so that we are able to prepare all this in deliver to the patients by a no contact delivery mode, as Dr. Jasveer Singh was talking. And And another thing which is very important, which I would like to emphasize here, that as per NABH guidelines, it is very important to screen a patient when a patient comes in a hospital. And thereafter, we have to go for complete assessment. Screening for what? Whether the patient is undernourished, normal, or overnourished, or overweight or obese. So coming to India, the screening tools which are available, we need to standardize. Internationally, these tools which are quick and can be implemented by a attending nurse, doctor, or a dietitian, and just takes 4 or 5 minutes, or maybe 2-3 minutes, and we are able to know, because it doesn't require taking all the lengthy details, and sometimes we are not able to measure the height or weight of the patient because of the medical condition. So these screening tools are of utmost important, and dietitians and all the other as a team, we have to standardize in our Indian context, although now it has been mandatory, but there is lack of research on this field. And that is why we recently carried out a study on malnutrition screening tool, which is a very simple and quick and easy to use at the bedside of the patient. And then we realized that the sensitivity and specificity of this screening tool was not too good, and we need to go further and look into other tools for standardization in Indian setting. So although we have so much of thought process in our country for coming to international standard, but we need to gear up with the research work and have more standards in our country. Now, not only diets are important, enteral feeding is also important. Nowadays, we have got plenty of commercial feed formulas which are available over the counter, and they are ready to use. Both national and international companies, they have come up with disease specific formulas. But we have to also, as we are in the hospital kitchen, and then there is always importance of fresh foods, and if they are given in the natural form, they have more value and more implication. The various recipes for diabetic feed, renal feed, dialysis feed, kylic feed, and so on, COPD feed, they were also standardized using the local ingredients. So we have come up with this also. And then the main emphasis which I would like to point out today, but because it is a COVID time and our needs are little different than the normal, and because there is absence of research, I will say very paucity of research, maybe paucity of research in Indian context, that what are the actual requirements, caloric requirements, energy requirements of these patients. So we need to focus on this aspect now. And again, when we are dealing with COVID-19 patients, it is very difficult to interact with them personally. And we are doing on telephone. And if a few dietitians, they are interacting with in the ICUs, it is by wearing PPE kit. And then we are not able to screen all the patients, only the critical patients we are able to screen. And so we need to work more on this aspect also. And another thing, when we are talking about nutrition management in hospital setting, I was able to find out one study which has been done internationally, and we can, which has emphasized the use, like the importance of personalized meal provision combined with oral nutritional supplements. So that aspect also need to be taken care in our country. And currently we are mainly following ESPN guidelines for our clinical nutrition. So like this is from the research which I have shown, that they are providing hot meals in disposable trays directly in the wards, and snacks and comfort food. The same policy is being done in our All India Institute of Medical Sciences also, but we need to upgrade more on disposable trays packaging in terms of food safety also. And then we also need to broaden the role of dietitians in the COVID-19 pandemic. That is, whether it has to be on the community level, at the personal level, or in the quarantine level or ICU level. So all the review was collected, and then I have tried to put up in this review article. Now implementing, now again, I will say that, re-emphasize that COVID-19 is a big challenge, and we need to emphasize on food safety and packaging. And then also I have just briefed you about how we screen the patient and how we provide the diet. And then it is very important that in a hospital setting, the food service management also, they are also following all the guidelines like limited exposure, hand hygiene of food bearers, and using PPE when interacting with the patient, and then also minimize the contact. And then training programs also need to be given to the food handlers at this time. Now, to accommodate the need of the patient, those patients who are in quarantine, we provide meals as well as supplements. Then we also take good use of our Indian age-old science of providing herbs and spices and golden milk. This is all not packaged but prepared indigenously in the hospital kitchen. And also dietitians, they are going for nutrition screening of the patient, nutrition intervention of the patient in the ICUs, and providing appropriate diet. So providing a good and safe diet, it becomes a big challenge more in this era. Now, just to brief you with the guidelines which we are following, we are for our patients, this is from ESPN 2020. And these are, as per ESPN, these are the 2 nutrition screens which are recommended, MUST and NRS 2002. But again, I will say that we need to validate in our Indian context, because we tried to validate MSD and we were not successful. So we are in the process of validating and standardizing these tools in Indian context right now. And then I will again say that we have to emphasize for adequate nutritional status of the hospitalized patients. Then we need to deliver appropriate calories, vitamins, mineral, water, and nutritional supplements to these patients. And what are the needs now? The needs are for appropriate nutritional intervention and therapy.
Yeah, Dr.
So
Parmeet ji,
currently we are also having a project which is going on about the eating preferences of COVID-19 hospitalized patients in India. And I would like to say to the dietitians that they and the other medical professionals which are handling COVID-19 patients to come up with more nutrition interventions, so that we are able to get our Indian database, and we are able to have our own guidelines of the country. Thank you so much for your patient listening, and your suggestions will be welcome in improving the food service management of our country. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parmeet Kaur. Thank you very much. You have really raised an issue of this thing, that you have a packaging problem there in AIIMS in-house delivery system of prepared food. It's really eye-opening that a lot of things you have done in AIIMS and other hospitals can take cue from you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think with your permission, I will make my small presentation now.
You have to stop screen share, Dr. Parmit.
Yeah, screenshot. Karanjit, can you just withdraw from the screen? Yeah, thank you. I hope you can see my screen. Hello.
Not yet. We can see you.
Not yet. Oh.
Go to share screen.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, click on share. Right.
Is it okay now?
Yeah. Go on this one now. Full screen mode.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, I'll make a small presentation. It won't take much time. And I, on my behalf, I thank Dr. Garg, Anil Garg, who is the organizer of Energy and Environment Foundation. He happens to be my guru also. So I'm always thankful to him. And with your permission, I'll just make a small presentation. I had been into policy making and regulatory enforcement throughout my career of about 37 years under the Union Government of India in different capacities. So I shall be dwelling mainly on policy recommendations to enhance availability of nutritious food and to decrease or eliminate consumption of unhealthy food or food components by the society. As a prelude to the proposed recommendations, I intend to quote some of the very relevant points from the second of 17 Sustainable Development Goals documented by the United Nations. The second SDG, that is Sustainable Development Goal, reads like this. This is the second SDG, that is end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Upon this second SDG, there are different components which has been documented by the United Nations. That is, the first document is by 2030, end hunger and ensure access by all people, in particular the poor and people in vulnerable situations, including infants, to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food all year round. The next component is by 2030, end all forms of malnutrition, including achieving by 2025 the internationally agreed targets on stunting and wasting in children under 5 years of age, and address the nutritional needs of adolescent girls, pregnant and lactating women, and older persons. The next component will be by 2030, double the agricultural productivity and the incomes of small-scale food producers. Next is correct and prevent trade restrictions and distortions in world agricultural markets, including by the parallel elimination of all forms of agricultural export subsidies and all export measures with equivalent effect in accordance with the mandate of the Doha Development Round. The Doha Development Round is the one wherein the trade barriers on international trade had been discussed. There are tariff boundaries, there are non-tariff boundaries. So these things have been defined in this Doha Development Round. Tariff and non-tariff barriers. Next component is adopt measures to ensure the proper functioning of food commodity markets and their derivatives in order to help limit extreme food volatility. Now, we talk about COVID because as I was telling the other day also, see, the present COVID pandemic has divided the human history into two parts, that is pre-COVID and post-COVID. Maybe after 100 years or 200 years, people will learn their history lessons like this, pre-COVID era and post-COVID era, because there is a total change in living style. There is a cultural change. There is a change in eating habit, changing in our culture also post-COVID. Life under the cloud of COVID-19 has intensified the research for immunity strengthening foods and supplements. A global data survey in June 2020 found that 80% of global consumers are understandably concerned about COVID-19 and the role of food to fight it out. The reality of what we have seen during the pandemic is the return to comfort foods and familiar brands that made us feel calm and comfortable. These are brands with long heritage and reputations for being safe and useful, whose sales declined over the past few years as shoppers shifted to smaller, upstart brands that had more innovative sites, more exciting flavor, more exciting colors and profiles. Now, sales of such novel products have declined. This is an unbelievable opportunity for those iconic brands to make a comeback. What will the future hold on 2021 and beyond? Expect to see more plant-based and plant-forward foods. We will see a shift to more wholesome carbs from whole grains. Very many traditional food are back home. Much more attention will be given to food that contain vitamin C and supplements to boost immunity. Think flexitarians versus vegans. It is not about extreme. It will be the balance between animal and plant protein. Higher anxiety led to new products like PepsiCo's new drink called Driftwell, that is meant to help consumers relax and unwind before bed. The enhanced water drink contains 200 milligrams of L-theanine and 10% of daily need of magnesium. The point here is that this particular product comes from a brand that was built on caffeine and high fructose corn syrup. Gastrointestinal health is at the core of health of a person. Without healthy guts, without healthy function of the guts, the systems, immune system, skin, the musculoskeletal system, the cardiovascular system, etc., cannot function optimally. Clinical interventions that effectively supporting GI function have been shown to help maintain and restore wellness and support health. This is likely going to have a surge. There is likely going to have a surge in the demand for prebiotic and probiotic food to take care of one's gut health. Packaging of food will contain more QR codes that can verify product and ingredient claims. One thing for sure is that the pandemic has brought families together to eat together, to communicate and spend more time together. Health, wellness, and sustainability are starting to converge at the most progressive food retail and food service outlet. We anticipate that a more sophisticated understanding of digestion and inflammation will spread to the mainstream. Visionary food companies will develop a passion for future changes in food culture and understand the progressive health and wellness consumer so they can authentically communicate with mainstream consumer or aspirations. There is a need on the one hand to protect consumers from deception, fraudulent claims, and harmful products. The consumers also need knowledge on nutrition to exercise choice in a highly unregulated health and wellness market. Food industry, I'll make certain small policy recommendations. There is little doubt that COVID-19 has woken up people in many ways. The first is a new understanding of what and how they eat and how these foods and beverages have a significant effect on their stamina, strength, and immunity to fight off viruses and other health abnormalities. Shoppers have changed how they are choosing their food with a new yearning for reading labels, understanding what ingredients are in their food, where these foods come from, and which food they should avoid. Now, I shall try to enlist few policy recommendations to enhance availability of nutritious food and to decrease or eliminate consumption of unhealthy food or components. Healthy food and components must be always cheaper than unhealthy counterpart. For this, there can be financial benefits made available to the primary producers of food. There has to be differential taxation strain to encourage availability of nutritious food and to decrease or eliminate consumption of unhealthy food or components. The higher taxation on unhealthy food can subsidize the lower taxation on healthy food segment. Whole food grains, fruits and vegetables must be made easily accessible at affordable prices to all households, hostels, institutions, public places, etc. Policy measures are to be put in place to encourage production and processing of locally available primary foods, vegetables, nuts, etc. The existing distribution system of nutritious food to children under NCDC should continue and is to be made universal throughout the country along with periodic health monitoring. Initiatives need to be taken to integrate with the local panchayats, municipalities, etc. into the proposed health social empowerment programs. Stringent regulations on packaging and labeling must be enforced. The food labels should follow uniform system and shall be made understandable by ordinary consumers. Apart from indicating presence of positive attributes of nutrients, the label can also warn against the presence of unhealthy components also. Declaration of total salt as sodium chloride, sugars, and fats must be made mandatory on the PDP along with allergens if present. PDP is Principal Display Panel. A national code of conduct for food advertisements must be put in place to safeguard the interests of ordinary consumers. Misleading advertisements on foods are to be made punishable offense. Media advocacy is very important to drive home information on nutritive values of food and their role on health and wellness. Serving size of unhealthy food like colas, noodles, etc. can be reduced to discourage its larger consumption by individuals. Public health and nutrition be made compulsory in school curriculum. Enforcement be made very stringent but people friendly. These are the small recommendations which I have made. According to me, few of the policy recommendations to ensure enhanced availability of nutritious food and to decrease or eliminate consumption of unhealthy food or components. I think I should stop now because we have to have a question and answer session also. So thank you very much for sparing your time with me. Thank you all. I now request the chair to take up the venue.
Thank you, Dr. Madhavan, for excellent presentation of the regulations and policy issues. Now, these are extremely important in addition to the science. And right now, as far as the COVID is concerned, we have a confusion of policies almost changing on a day-to-day basis. Understandably so, because it takes almost 10 years before people actually understand a disease. A minimum of 10 to 20 years. If you see any disease, the minimum understanding period is so much. And we are now trying to understand this disease and its implications, and also the factors which influence the course of the disease, like we heard in earlier presentations, in a very short span of 1 year. And we need a lot more studies and a lot more evidences which will help the government make policy decisions. In fact, it will also be very interesting if we can have a policy of reducing misinformation. I find that the information, which is being disseminated, 90% is wrong. Only 10% is science or science-based facts. And this has led to a whole lot of confusion among the consumers, confusion among the industry, as well as among the policymakers. We don't have, as of now, any law which, says that you cannot disseminate non-scientific evidence-based information. And therefore, this will also add to a whole lot of controversies. So anyway, nevertheless, that we will have to go through this entire pandemic. Whenever it ends, we do not know. But we will take another decade at least to generate the scientific evidences to solve this problem. But at the same time, we still have our own existing problems of undernutrition and the emerging problem of overweight and overnutrition, which we will continue to handle with all the information which we have got. Now, are there any questions coming up? I don't see any.
I think nobody has raised any question.
Yeah, there's no question in the question and A box, and there's no question in the chat box. In which case, I will ask if any of the panelists, I think all panelists can now come out of hiding, and let us see your faces. Thank you, Dr. Shikha Sharma. That was an excellent talk, and you've done it so wonderfully well without the support of slides. And that itself is a great talent. And very happy that you have that, that activism by which you are trying to promote healthy food habits and healthy eating. And we hope that the number of people like you will increase in this country, and try to encourage and support people and show them the right direction towards good nutrition. See, any amount of guidelines, any amount of documentation we make will not be useful unless the physician or people who are involved in healthcare on a person-to-person basis, you actually convey that information. And people actually trust the healthcare professionals rather than nutritionists. And we find that very often that even if a nutritionist tells something, I think Parmit will know better because she's in a hospital. They will go and check with the doctor whether what the nutrition said was correct or not. So the power of the physician is something which we should leverage in conveying the right kind of nutritional messages. And the kind of work you have done in the hospital, Dr. Parmit, is amazing, because you have a lot of constraints. I know you have your own personal risks involved in managing hospital with all these patients. And with all this, you have been able to provide the right kind of nutritional services. I really compliment you and your team and all the doctors and others who are involved in managing patients' nutritional requirements, either when they are in the non-symptomatic stage or when they are going to the ICUs and so on. There are a lot of clinical trials going across the world on whether vitamin D supplementation is going to be useful, whether probiotics are going to have any benefit, how do we reduce chronic inflammation in patients who have got overweight and obesity who get COVID. And you know that people are not dying directly because of the viral infection, but they are dying out of your own immunity destroying your lungs. And that is the reason why overweight and obese people need to take the right kind of food to reduce that inflammatory load, to reduce the amount of cytokines, to reduce all the other factors which are contributing to worsening of the disease. So nutrition at an early stage will probably preempt the body's own immune system reacting much more than what it should. I was always a little skeptical about the industry's claim of immune boosters. When we know that when too much of immunity is killing you, will immune booster really be beneficial? Has anybody shown whether immune boosting actually does harm or good? We don't have that kind of information. Immune boosting is required before you get the infection. Immune boosting is probably a big question mark during the infection, whether it makes it worse or not. If you see that in cancer treatment, you know, when patients are undergoing radiotherapy or chemotherapy and are trying to kill the cancer cells, it has been found that giving a lot of antioxidant actually reduces the response to cancer therapy. The reason is the cancer cells use the antioxidant and save themselves from chemotherapy or radiotherapy. So there are situations where, in clinical situations, where actually giving nutrients can do more harm than good. So we have to have, as nutritionists, as physicians who are involved in patients' health care and nutrition, we must have a thorough knowledge of both the benefits as well as the upper limits, as well as the safety issues associated with nutrition. And Jasveer, I think your particular presentation was excellent. You have covered entirely the good thing about probiotics. Probiotics is a very difficult area where we know the benefits, but we don't have the evidence. That is the peculiarity of the whole thing. I know that if I can give, why are we doing these large clinical trials? Now, even ICMR is now doing a new trial, which has been now registered in BMJ clinical trials. We just started the trial. It'll take another couple of years to, again, in prevention of neonatal sepsis. So there are clear evidences. I mean, there are clear indications that probiotics have a lot of benefit, that the gut microbiome is very critical to several aspects of our life and our health. But we still don't have the required clinical evidence, and I think that is what is needed. We need more research, and the industry should have a kind of a self-control. I find that industry's self-control is lacking. They see some small half-baked publication in a weird journal on something being benefit, and then it goes as a claim, which is not really true. So it is very difficult to generate evidence. We need several years of research studies, do systematic reviews, and only those undisputed evidences you can use as a claim in your products, and not based on small studies, etc. So the industrial, I know that in the industry, there's always a dispute between the nutritionists and the marketing guys. Well, you as nutritionists know the science, you will advise, but the marketing guys have their own way. They say, that's okay, this is enough, we will manage. So I see a whole lot of advertisement claiming all sorts of things, and the consumer is very confused.
Yep.
And they are going by the label, they are going by the advertisements. And therefore, we need to have that kind of a regulation. It will take time, but between the industry itself, there are some who are ethical, some who are less ethical. So then it's ultimately a question of, you know, economics and business and so on. So there's always this kind of a battle going on between scientific evidence, good nutrition versus hyped up nutrition. And I think this will keep happening. Do we have any questions still yet? No, there are no other questions. And Dr. Garg is here. Sir, do you have anything for us?
I just want to share the same feeling with you, Dr. Shashikar. See, we were together in many platforms, framing regulations in respect of claims and advertisements. In fact, I was member secretary of the scientific panel of in FSSAI for advertisement claims. But despite our endeavors for about 10 years now, the ground level remains the same. You go to the market and you just pick up a packet and read the label there. It's really, we feel sorry. Sorry means it's really bad things are going on in the market. despite the knowledge that we have tried to populate amongst the industry, amongst the people who are enforcing it and all, what do we do? What can we do on these things? I'm just putting a lament. I'm lamenting. It's a lamentation from my side, not a doubt or a suggestion, because we are all the same platform now.
Yeah, I know we have done a lot of very hard work and spent in developing that labeling claims
Yes.
advertisement regulation. We took so many years, so many meetings, and it underwent several changes, and still it has not, been able to provide the right kind of regulation to control all these practices in the field. But we should realize that when we compare with US FDA or the EFSA, see, they were ahead of us by at least 2 decades in their labeling and other things.
Yes.
And we are actually, if you see the FSSA from the PFA time to the FSSA, now it's hardly been a decade since we went into action and trying to do that. So I am hopeful that with time, we will also reach those standards of higher standards of other countries and learn from others also. And I suppose we have to continue to strive. We have to continue to give feedbacks to the regulators. Regulation also sometimes can be very stifling to the industry. That's also an issue. They have to strike a balance, a realistic balance. We are still struggling with the high fat, salt, sugar regulation, isn't it? We have not seen the light of the day yet. Only the other day I saw somewhere, I don't know whether it is true or false, that the color coding labeling has been implemented. Jasveer, is that right?
No, it's not implemented.
Not implemented. Yeah, it's not yet implemented. Right.
Yeah. It is ready.
Right.
Ready actually. Draft is ready.
Ready. At almost 5 years ago, we recommended a phase-wise implementation, that 1 or 2 years you do this level of implementation, then you go another next level. At the time, the whole lot of activism said that no, nothing doing overnight, it has to be color coding, and till this day it has not happened. I always know that nothing works overnight. It has to go on a graded manner. Otherwise, we are only going to land in trouble, and that is what got proved finally. I hope now at least the front of pack labeling will come into effect. And this will help nutritionists. At least they don't have to break their head telling everybody this is good, that is bad. You just tell them that you read this label, and if this is so, you consume it. If that is not so, you don't take it. So that kind of thing will come in only with time. I think, Madhan, we'll continue our efforts in our own small way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do things and hope. I'm sure that one day will be. So maybe I think there are no more questions or discussions coming up. You can conclude, Dr. Madhavan.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So with all your permission, we have come to the conclusion of the session. The session has been really eye-opening, and though we are only 5 people, we have covered a vast lot of areas. I think we have covered the length and breadth of the spectrum of food and nutrition, public health and nutrition. So on behalf of the organizers, on behalf of the Energy and Environment Foundation also, I thank you all. I thank you, the chair. I thank Shikhaji, Parmitji, and of course, Jasveer Singh, for all of your excellent presentation and the endeavor of trying to educate people. It will continue. It is a continuous process. And this conference again is it's a recurring conference. So I think next year, same time, we will again meet. That is what the message which was given to me. So thank you very much. See you all. Thank you very much. Namaste.
So I think, can we start the session?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Padma, I will request you to chair the session and start the first presentation from your end. Then Dr. Geetika is there, Manjunath is there. So we will have a good presentation, quality presentation on this subject, which is very, very important nowadays.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I'm very happy to be part of this conference. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Anil Garg for giving me this opportunity to be part of this conference. I would like to present, before going for my presentation, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Vijay Padma, Professor, Department of Biotechnology from Bardiyar University. I have about 20 years of teaching and research experience. And my area of research is like testing phytochemicals as cytoprotective agents against hypoxia, various environmental toxins, as well as various disease models, including cancer. And I do generally use cell cultures as well as animal models for my studies. And we do cell signaling pathways, modulation of cell signaling pathways during exposure to these phytochemicals. How the phytochemicals modulate cell signaling pathways and bring about the effect. That was my area of research. That's my area of research. But today, actually, I've been given the recent, the topic was recent trends in cancer detection, oncology detection, and detection of oncology, and also detection of oncology. So based on that, I have I have changed my topic, which suits this particular forum. So let me present my topic. So today's topic is recent advances in oncology detection. So I'm excluding radiology because that's not my area actually. Yeah. Sir, now coming to my presentation, as all of you are aware, the cancer comes under non-communicable diseases. So globally, these non-communicable diseases account for about 71% of the total deaths. In India alone, NCDs are estimated to account for about 63% of all the deaths, of which 9% is because of cancer, and which is also one of the leading causes of death. And cancer is a complex phenomena, and because of the variables, several variables are involved in the pathophysiology of the disease. International Agency for Research on Cancer released on 14th December, and which has updated the GloboCan 2020. So according to their estimate, it is about, this has risen to about 19.3 million cases and about 10 million cancer deaths in 2020 itself, 2020. And the high mortality is mainly due to late detection, advanced. Usually the cancer is detected at a much later stage, advanced stages, where the therapy is not, the patient don't respond to therapy. If at all, and also because of the poor survival rate is also because of the advanced detection at the late stage, advanced stages. So if the early detection is the key for all these things, so early detection helps in patient survival rate as well as improving the therapeutic success, which prolongs the patient survival and sometimes even the complete cure. So recently there are several screening tests have been developed, which helps in genetic predisposition to determine the genetic predisposition of a particular individual, predisposition to any disease, even including cancer, we can say. So this genetic predisposition helps us. Apparently, healthy individuals can go for these tests and can know whether they are they run the risk of developing cancer in future. So that way you can even prevent it by simple lifestyle changes and going for proper diet, going for lifestyle changes itself. People can be they can be cured, they can prevent the cancer in those cases, especially if it is also, several tests are also there which help in early detection. This early detection helps in, as I told you earlier, early detection helps in patient survival as well as complete cure in some cases. So these cancer tests are generally, they look for markers which determine either genetic predisposition to cancer or which generally is done in apparently healthy individuals. I told you that it tells us about the risk a patient runs about developing cancer in future. And also early stages detection, the tests which help us in detecting the cancer in early stages include colonoscopy, which helps in determining the early stages of cancer in colon cancer. And sometimes also it is pre-cancerous stages also we can know, and we can also remove the paps and all, small polyps and all, they can be removed, and the patient, even before it becomes cancerous, before the tumorous tissue becomes cancerous itself, they can be removed. So colonoscopy is one thing, and also mammography for breast cancer patients, and pap smear in case of cervical cancers. These are all the various tests which help us in early detection. Or sometimes, as I told you, it is before in the benign stages itself we can detect. So even prevention is there in this case. So, and also similarly, there is also MRI for breast cancer. It is generally suggested for people who are at high risk of developing cancer. MRI is also generally taken, is suggested for detecting cancer. And this slide shows the various in the world, what are the various cancer deaths and all. You can see here, this shows the death rate.
We are not able to see the slides, ma'am.
Generally, you are not able to see the slide?
No, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not able to, yeah. Where do I share?
Please use share screen at below, green colors.
Yeah. Sorry, I've not seen this before. You're able to see slide now?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, that was only an introduction. So now coming to, we were talking about the colonoscopy, and for early detection, colonoscopy and sigmoidoscopy and high sensitivity fecal occult blood tests. These are all the tests which helps us in reducing the colon cancer deaths, because I told you that these things can help us even detect the polyps or like early stages. That means benign tumors, even the small polyps and all can be abnormal colon growths can be, if they are removed at a very early stage before they become cancerous, you can even prevent the cancer in such cases. So they can help us in both prevention or we can say early detection means mostly prevention in many cases, or sometimes at least they can prolong the survival and things like that. So this is a very, very useful tool. And these generally these tests are suggested for between the age group of 15 to 75. And another thing is low dose helical computed tomography, that CT scan we say. So this is suggested for early detection of lung cancer, especially in heavy smokers. So it is if this CT scan helps in, if it is done early on, before just the early when the developed symptoms are generally heavy smokers between age group of 55 to 74, either prevention or cure is possible, or at least in some cases prolonged survival if the patient comes slightly at an advanced stage. So these are the tests which help us. And even nowadays CT scan is also used for COVID infection, detecting the COVID infection also. And another thing is transvaginal ultrasound. This imaging test helps in, this is generally done for screening women's ovaries and also uterus. It is also sometimes used, generally it is suggested for people who are at the risk of developing these cancers, ovarian cancer or breast cancer. This is done for ovarian cancer. or uterus cancer. People who are having this BRCA1 or A2 mutation, they are generally known to be prone. I told you, genetic predisposition. These individuals carrying this mutation are at a higher risk for developing these cancers. For such individuals, generally this transvaginal ultrasound is also done to rule out the possibility that they can that they are having that they developed cancer if they suspect, or for detection if it is already there, in what stage it is. They can actually view the pictures inside uterus and ovary can be viewed, so that they can see if there is any tumor development also. So this is another test, HPV, popularly called as HPV, that is Pap test, generally called as Pap test, and it is a human papillomavirus testing. So this is done for cervical cancer, detecting cervical cancer. So early detection also reduces the incidence of this cervical cancer. Generally, it is recommended between the age group of 21 to 65. Coming to clinical breast exams and regular breast exams. Generally, many people are asked to undergo this mammogram regularly, but if there are no symptoms, if they don't have any lumps and all, it is not required. But if there are any lumps, usually people can feel, when they feel they have any lumps, they can go to the physician, and the doctor also can check if there are any unusual changes in the breast, any lump formation or anything, they can go for mammography. In such cases, this mammography greatly helps, because it helps in early detection here. So it is a method generally to screen breast cancer, and it reduces the mortality rate very greatly, and it is done, this mammogram is generally done between 40 to 74 age group. Mostly 50 or older age group, they are suggested to undergo this mammogram if they have a family history or anything, as a routine checkup also. And coming to breast MRI, this breast MRI is generally suggested for people who are having this mutation, BRCA1 or BRCA2 mutation. They are generally supposed to be people with carrying such mutations are prone to develop cancer. So such individuals who are at a higher risk, we don't say exactly not all individuals may develop, but they run a higher risk of developing cancer in future. So such individuals are suggested to undergo this MRI testing additionally, breast MRI for checking. So now coming to apart from these tests, there are some clinical markers, blood markers and all. So they are generally called as tumor markers. So what are tumor markers? Tumor markers are the substances which are produced in higher quantities in various body fluids. So these body fluids can be mostly blood, urine, stool, or all these things, tumor tissue also. You can just look for the tumor marker. So these substances are generally slightly higher, but they are also present in normal cells also. That's why they are mostly called as whatever they are, which are there present in the market, which are used for diagnosis, cancer diagnosis or tumor diagnosis right now, are generally tumor associated markers, because they are called as tumor associated markers because they are also present in the normal cells in lower quantities, whereas in tumor cells they are present in very high, they are expressed heavily, or they are expressed, there is an increased expression in all the tumor cells. That's why generally they are called as tumor associated markers. So these elevated tumor markers indicate diagnosis, but because they are also present in normal cells, they can alone, just checking these tumor markers alone cannot diagnose cancer. You should go for biopsies and other things. Additional tests also are required. This is only one of the markers, because I told you they are tumor associated markers and they're not very specific to tumor alone. Now coming to CA125, such tests are CA125 is one such test, which is often done together with transvaginal ultrasound to detect ovarian cancer early. So especially in women with the increased risk of disease, if there are symptoms and there are suspicion, then they do this test along with transvaginal ultrasound. So this test is done if the levels are very high. So abnormal levels, more than normal levels are there, then they go for transvaginal to look for the presence of any tumor. Because it's an ultrasound, you can see the pictures, you can see if there are any abnormal growths inside the uterus or usually ovary and uterine what is uterus cancers. So these cancers can be detected with this test. Along with transvaginal ultrasound, it is done. So it also can be sometimes done for during therapy, if there is any recurrence or anything to evaluate the recurrence or anything also, they do this test. And coming to alpha fetoprotein, this is also another test, which is also a marker, tumor marker, but this is also a tumor associated marker, because these fetoproteins, alpha fetoprotein levels will be high even in pregnancy, during pregnancy. So this, that means it is immature. This some of the during cancer cells, no, de-differentiation happens. So sometimes that immature markers, these proteins will be present during the fetal stages. So the liver cancer, in liver cancer, you will see an abnormally high level of alpha fetoprotein levels. So these alpha fetoprotein levels can also be indicative of liver cancer. But as I told you, this is also, they also will be high HCG, and that is human chorionic gonadotropin hormone, and alpha fetoprotein. These are all tumor associated proteins, which are also present in higher levels during fetal stages also. So generally this is done for liver cancer. So in high risk individuals, they check, but this cannot be done alone. They should be done along with other tests also. So PSA test is prostate antigen, generally it is called as. It is, as prostate gland is present only in men, this prostate antigen test is generally done in men to look for the to detect any prostate possibility of prostate cancer. If they suspect any prostate cancer, they do this PSA test. This prostate antigen levels will be very high in individuals with prostate cancer. Now coming to some other tests include CTC. CTC test is cell search, circulating tumor cells. This test generally is done to check for the circulating tumor cells. That means for metastasis. If in advanced stages of cancer, generally cells from the tumor, the cells will move away from the tumor and spread to other areas, and also develop cancer, and wherever it goes and deposits itself. That's why generally this CTC test is generally done. It is used to monitor metastatic breast, colorectal, and prostate cancers. So this diagnostic test helps in capture identity and also count circulating tumor cells in blood sample. These CTCs are generally cancer cells which detach from the solid tumors and enter the bloodstream. They are generally useful for diagnosing whether in the advanced stages, whether it is metastasizing to other areas during the course of treatment and all. So, and this picture shows how these CTCs, how they can be taken from the blood itself, from the patient blood. You can see, because from the tumor, the tumor cells will move from the area where the tumor is present, enter the blood circulation, and move to the other areas to spread. So here we can just collect the blood, and then we can separate the CTC, and this CTC can be used for detection. CTC, immunologically based detection, you can detect the CTC presence, because these cancer cells will have some cancer specific antigens. So based on that, you can detect using appropriate antibodies, fluorochrome or any linked enzyme linked or fluorochrome linked antibodies. If you with using those immunologically based tests, antigen antibody interaction based tests, you can diagnose. I mean, you can check for the presence of the CTC. And another thing is, if you can extract the nucleic acid, and then you can look for the presence of any mutations and other things. So these are all PCR based, nucleic acid based tests or immunological based tests can be done. And sometimes apart from detection, you can also use these things for precision diagnosis. Nowadays we have NGS and all that. So we can give for even if RNA, by taking RNA, you can even convert it into cDNA, and you do the genomic studies and also proteomic studies and like that. So you can see the entire genome can be studied to see what are all the what all mutations are responsible for developing such disease. This is precision. This is precision diagnosis. That means patient individual specific medicine you can give. That means patient specific medicine you can tailor-made medicine can be given. So we can by taking the such cells, entire genome can be analyzed. Both genome as well as proteome can be analyzed. And you can also check in the cell culture based tests. You can see drug susceptibility, which these cells are how you can test the various anti-cancer drugs which are already existing in the market. You can try any of those, how the patient is responding. That means these cells, how the cells respond to those tests, those drugs you can see. And also by like that you can give the tailor-made medicine so to the individuals. And also you can see this is in vitro propagation. So these cells are taken after in vitro propagation. You can do drug susceptibility test, and also first you have to do genome or proteome analysis, then drug susceptibility test you do, and then you can know where the patient may respond to which particular drug. That means you can see the drug susceptibility and then tell the exact medicine to which patient can respond better. So that way it will be very beneficial for the patients. And apart from that, you can also see the CTC can be introduced into mouse models and develop the exact xenograph model, and you can see the same test, drug susceptibility and all those tests. In the in vivo also you can test before giving it to the patient. Now coming to complete blood count. Generally, the complete blood count is getting a blood picture. That means which includes all the number of all the blood cells and also hemoglobin, including the hemoglobin, hematocrit values and all that. So this is it tells us about infection as well as generally this CBC. This blood picture is taken in case of anemia or any what do I say? The patient is having any cancers such as leukemia or any such thing, those kind of things, lymphoma and all those things you can see. Abnormal levels of any particular cell will tell us. Apart from that, this is also done for patients. In case of cancer patients, during when they are taking chemotherapy, they'll undergo myelosuppression. This cancer chemotherapy causes myelosuppression. So in such cases also, time to time, they'll have to see the complete blood picture. Coming to flow cytometry. So this flow cytometry also is useful in disease diagnosis, especially leukemia, lymphoma and all that. Because as you are aware, the cells, cancer, the blood cells, B cells and T cells have certain markers, CD markers we say. So those markers serve as antigens. You have to have fluorochrome tagged antibodies. Using fluorochrome tagged antibodies, you can check the number of mature or immature cells. You can detect the cancer using flow cytometry. And also apart from that, we also have using nuclear stains such as Propydium iodide or DAPI. We can also know the abnormal amount of the DNA. Generally, the cancer cells will be continuously proliferating. So these cells will always be usually using flow cytometry, we do cell cycle analysis can be done. Generally, cells will be, mature cells will not be always in the, they will not be proliferating all the time. But in cancer cells, because the cells are continuously proliferating, most of the cells will be in the containing diploid content of DNA, which is indicative that the cells are in the proliferative phase. So the cell cycle analysis also helps us in determining any cancer recurrence and how the patient is, even during prognosis, during treatment, how the patient is responding also can be checked, or recurrence rate can be checked like that. So this flow cytometry based tests are also very useful in disease diagnosis also. I told you mostly for lymphoma and leukemias, they are very useful in diagnosis. Flow cytometry based diagnosis. And this is MammaPrint blueprint test. This MammaPrint 70 gene breast cancer recurrence assay, as the name denotes, this tells us about the recurrence rate. So here a high risk, here the score, they'll give some scores after doing this thing. The high risk score means a cancer has 3 in 10 chance of returning. That means recurrence rate will be 3 in 10. So the recurrence is, if the score is 1 in, if it is a low score means Low risk score means the patient runs 1 in 10 chance of recurring cancer recurrence. So this is how it is not exactly tell us, but it can tell us how it can help us in treatment decisions only. It will help. So this particular thing. Another thing is the Blueprint 80 gene molecular subtyping assay, which determines tumors mutations and dictates cancer behavior. So this is this blueprint may also narrowly define each tumor into subtype classification, which also helps in great treatment decisions. So they only help us in treatment decisions. Now coming to this Oncotype DX test. This lab test is used to determine whether chemotherapy is likely to benefit the patients with early stage breast cancer. It also helps to evaluate the likelihood of disease recurrence. So here you can see that a disease diagnosis test is often performed on small amount of tissue removed from the breast cancer patients during surgery, and it is the examination is done at the molecular level. So this Oncotype DX test provides specific information about the disease, which help to guide the treatment decisions. You can see here, generally it starts with screening with mammogram and breast self-examination, mammogram. Next, then is biopsy and imaging. Then finally, definitive diagnosis is you have to see the tumor size, nodal status, and ER, PR, HER2 status. These are all molecular things. So what these molecular markers that ER, PR, these are all biomolecules. So they can be after surgery when the tumor is taken from the tumor tissue. You can determine this molecular the protein levels, expression levels of all these proteins will tell us in what stage the patient is and how he will which treatment will be appropriate for them. So here this helps us in treatment decisions, adjuvant treatment decision. It helps in the adjuvant treatment decision, hormonal therapy, and also chemotherapy. Now coming to non-invasive detection methods. Here timely diagnosis of cancer patients is a challenging risk, especially for having a reliable non-invasive screening tools will be very, very useful. So here we are using, people are using urinary microRNAs. These miRNAs are very small stretches of single-stranded nucleotides, 20 to 23 nucleotides in length, RNAs as the name denotes, and they are non-coding in nature. So their stability of miRNA and its detection in various body fluids also suggests that they are very suitable for being biomarkers. So the ability to quantify and detect miRNA and correlate with biological functions helps us in using them in diagnosis, prognosis, and also monitoring the outcome of therapies for various diseases. Here the urinary miRNAs are also used, they have been used, several studies show that they are used. They are reliable diagnostic and prognostic markers in various cancers such as bladder, urothelial, breast, ovarian, pancreatic, liver, renal, and prostate cancers. So targeting these urinary miRNAs is a very promising approach for being used as a biomarker. You can see here the differential expression of these things. Several miRNAs are shown in different cancers. So among these, you can see the miRNAs are actually non-coding RNA, but they are very useful for being potential biomarkers. So not all can be used, but of all this we have to clearly examine, and then we can go stick to one or two which are which can be actually used as biomarker, potential biomarker for a particular cancer. So detection of also another thing is detection of cancer through exhaled breath. Nowadays, people are very much interested in non-invasive methods. Here, it is a very, very interesting method. Here, using exhaled breath, actually, detection of cancer through exhaled breath. So here, breath tests might be a particularly promising approach for non-invasive cancer screening. Analysis of volatile organic compounds in exhaled breath. It provides information on metabolic processes in the body, which are modified by underlying diseases through a detailed picture of VOCs. is not complete, but still it is in the, so there are several VOCs are there, which are metabolic byproducts during the metabolism. So these endogenously produced metabolites will help us in identifying certain cancers. So now another thing is next generation sequencing. This is the in thing now. So next generation sequencing, it is also known as massively parallel sequencing, massively parallel sequencing. It represents an effective way to capture a large amount of genomic information about the cancer. So samples now no longer need to be handled differently from standard diagnostic specimens, and recent advances have been enabled increasing complex genomic data to be derived from a patient's peripheral blood. We can just take patient's blood sample, and from that you can, as I already explained, it can be useful in precision medicine. I explained a picture. I showed a picture during CTC count, no? How those cells can be used. So the cells can be taken from the tumor cells, no? Because the tumor cells from the blood can be taken, metastasizing cells, they can be taken. So they will be, the RNA can be removed, and total RNA, and then you have to convert it into cDNA, and then you can look for, you can completely see the gene level, expression levels of all the genes you can see, and you can see which genes are overexpressed, which genes are underexpressed, like that. So you can see with NGS, here you can see, you can take the blood and clinical samples, tumor RNA, tumor DNA. You can isolate tumor RNA or tumor DNA and germline DNA. Any of these things can be completely analyzed. So when the complete sequencing is done, you can see expression levels, differential, especially you can concentrate on genes which are actually responsible for those disease pathway, which are overexpressed and downregulated. Differentially expressed, we can say, differentially expressed genes will tell us about, we always have to compare with the normal individuals. So when you compare with the normal individuals, you will know which are all differentially expressed. So which will tell us which can be, which genes are overexpressed, and which can be, maybe if you want to go for targeted therapy, genomic data or proteomic data will be very useful for targeted therapies. Thank you. So these are all the various new detection methods in oncology.
Thank you, Dr. Padma, for excellent presentation of detailed investigations for oncology and cancer. I will request Dr. Geeta Manjunath to give her expert views on this subject. She is well known in breast cancer detection and others. We have heard her several times. And welcome her excellent presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil sir. And it was really a wonderful presentation, Dr. Vijay Padma ma'am. As sir said, it was a very comprehensive view of different screening methods, diagnostic methods that exist for different
After this.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm going to do is to focus on cancer screening, particularly breast cancer screening, as sir mentioned. And I'm going to focus mostly on imaging. So just a very small introduction. I know many of you in the audience will know, but still, just to make sure that all of us are on the same page, there is screening, there is diagnosis, and then of course the treatment, right? Screening is basically, there can be two types, early detection could be early detection of symptoms, looking for symptoms, right? Like ma'am mentioned, for clinical breast examination, a person can use hand examination to see if there are symptoms. And then, so that is early detection, as in like you're detecting symptoms. But when you do screening, what is happening is you take every person, whether there is symptom or not, right? And then you make them go through a preventive kind of a screening, a test, which will tell if there is a problem or not. Whether there is symptom or not, screening needs to be done. So that's the screening part. How do we do the screening, right? If it is a symptom, if it's a lump, you will feel with your hand. But if there is no symptom, how do you feel, right? Obviously, we cannot take the tissue test, like many tests that ma'am mentioned cannot be done, because you can't keep poking into people, right? Just like that. So that is where medical imaging becomes very, very important. Whether, of course, even if it is symptom, you can do medical imaging. But basically what these imaging methods do is to look into the body through different wavelengths and frequencies of electromagnetic radiation. So we know that in our high school physics, we have studied the electromagnetic spectrum, where white light is one, infrared radiation is another, ultraviolet is another, right? And microwave is another, X-ray is another, gamma ray. So you remember those different spectrums, right? Incidentally, the body gives out different information at different of these sort of, wavelengths, right? So that is what a medical imaging tool, or the whole gamut of medical imaging does. All of us would have seen an X-ray of the chest X-ray, especially I know the CT scans, chest X-ray have become very famous thanks to COVID now. So here what is happening, X-rays are passed through and the reflected elements are measured. So as hard surfaces kind of block, and so anything that is dense will come as in this particular case white, and so on, so right. So it depends on which one you're looking at. So that is what is the main way of looking at this. And here what is happening, it is completely non-invasive. It's almost like a photograph, but you do not use light image. But very, very complex systems such as these radiological systems, like the CT scans, the X-rays, MRI, ultrasound, many of those were mentioned in the previous talk. These are how the machines have, machines look, so that they can look into the body in some sense, right? Now, when such an image is given, a radiologist is the one who will actually view these images, and then a radiologist is trained with normal versus abnormal kind of feeling, right? If there is, let's say, a fracture in your hand, to figure out how actual bone looks and how a bone with a fracture, line fracture, hairline fracture, all these a radiologist is able to very easily know, because the doctor is trained to see what is normal in these kind of different types of images. However, there is a huge shortage of expert radiologists. And also it is a visual analysis, a human kind of an analysis of huge amounts of data. And there are lots of people. What I understand is every radiologist is looking at about 1,800 patients. So it's a huge demand versus supply mismatch. And so you need some help. And that's where the newer advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning are helping radiologists to make better diagnosis, right? Because now, because it's an image, and in fact, many of you know that artificial intelligence works very well when there is a lot of data, especially for image and video analysis, audio analysis. AI is very, very helpful, especially deep learning. So with that, what happens is that you're able to kind of help the doctor make less errors, better, accuracy, as well as make sure that you can do it much, much faster. So the AI is a new advancement in radiology that is helping detect very, very early signs of cancer in a non-invasive way. So what I'm going to talk about is one particular instance of use of AI in radiology, which we have created in our startup. And let me introduce very quickly. I am Geeta. I'm the founder and CEO of a startup called Niramai. Niramai stands for Non-Invasive Risk Assessment Through Machine Artificial Intelligence. It also means being healthy. So with this, we have developed an AI-based breast cancer screening solution recently. And that is what I'm going to take as an example to show more. Why breast cancer? breast cancer is actually, one of the largest cancer killers in women. 680,000 women died last year because of breast cancer. And as the previous speaker was saying, early detection is very, very important to improve the survival rate. For example, a stage 1 detection or stage 0 detection, if possible, can enable 95% survival rate. A stage 3 or stage 4 5-year survival is about less than 10% actually. And in India, we have 50-50 survival rate possibility. That is, most people are detected in stage 3, stage 4, and they have a 50% chance of survival. That is because of late detection. People wait till there is a huge lump before they actually show it to a doctor, which is, if you actually do clinical breast examination and self-examination and find it accidentally, it will be about 2 centimeter or 2.5 centimeter in size, which is already stage 3 or stage 4, depends on whether there is metastasis as well. So that is the problem we wanted to solve. And so we looked at what kind of gaps that exist. And we'll talk about what are the different screening methods that exist for breast cancer, just going a little more deeper into it than what the previous speaker said about breast cancer. But unfortunately, today, there are no good tests for women under 40 or 45 years of age. And if you recall, the previous speaker mentioned about mammography being used above for 50 years mostly. Yes, that is because mammography is an X-ray of the breast, and you see 2 X-rays here. One is a 60-year-old and this is a 40-year-old. So what happens is that a younger lady actually has dense breast, which is the whole breast appears white, and trying to find a white spot in that is very difficult. So there is no test for detecting cancer, early cancer in women under 45 years of age. Of course, hand examination can be used, but that will be 20 millimeters of size, which is stage 3, as I mentioned before. And many of these screening tests, whenever I say screening tests, it has to be done on every person. How many of us among us will be able to spend 5,000, 6,000 rupees every year just to find out if we have cancer or not, one type of cancer? It's a lot of money. And also, we're not talking about person having symptom, but even without symptom, every person needs to go through so that you can do a stage 0 detection. So mammography is not an affordable way of doing the screening for countries like India, for example. And also the machine itself is about 1 crore rupees. And so many diagnostic centers are not able to afford to buy the machine as well. And we can talk about use of radiation for cancer detection, which is a very, very ironic thing, because often use of the test itself can increase the risk to cancer, which is a very, very, as I said, ironic and unfortunate thing that many cancers are detected with X-rays. So in result, most women are detecting by hand. Still, let's go through some of the tests that exist today. Mammography was talked about earlier. Yes, mammography is a good test. It can detect early stage cancer in women above 50 years of age. But it does have low sensitivity in younger women, as I mentioned before, and it does use radiation. And also it's extremely painful, to go through a mammogram test. There is sonomammogram or ultrasound that can be used, which is very good. There is no radiation. It's a nice test. It can be used for symptomatic people. People who have lumps can directly go to an ultrasound and then mention that here is where the lump I feel is. And then the radiologist, who's the expert also in ultrasound, will actually use sound waves to figure out if there is a textural difference at the particular lump location. And if that is what's called hypoechoic, and then there is irregularity, then it is likely to be cancer. And then a biopsy is done for final confirmatory diagnosis. Having said that, if there is a problem, if there is a lump, then sonomammogram is a good test to do because it is a correlation modality. Now, if there is no symptom, you're trying to look all over the place to see if there is a small abnormality, which is like looking for a needle in the haystack, right? Some people have very good eyesight, they're able to do it, but still it's a very, very difficult thing to use this itself as a screening. When there is no other test, obviously we will use this test because something is better than nothing. And of course, when both these tests are not available or accessible or affordable, then people can, of course, use clinical breast examination, which is free, just your hand, to check for lumps or any discharge coming in, and 3-4 symptoms, pain in a particular area, discharge or what's called as inversion of the nipple, and then a lump is also something that is symptomatic in nature. Now, I mentioned the problems about this. There are also other diagnostic methods which were mentioned before briefly. It's the breast MRI. Breast MRI is very good, magnetic resonance imaging, which is like the huge, like a bulky circular thing that you saw and person goes inside. It's a little bit scary. It's definitely not something that everyone can use for screening. You cannot catch hold of any person on the road and say, go on to an MRI, because contrast enhanced MRI does use radioisotopes, but simple MRI rarely are able to detect early cancer. So it's a very, very good high sensitive diagnostic test. If somebody or one of the tests has found it to be positive, then making an MRI on them, taking an MRI is able to sort of say a lot more what you call as nodal aspects. So where all is it there? Is there like a metastasis to the axilla, for example? So those things can be easily found. The full body metastasis can be found with the PET CT or gamma imaging as well. But final diagnosis is done with the tissue test, where the tissue is taken under the microscope and then is, you look for cancer cells. So these are the different things available, and the right side one are not screening tests. Screening is done for everyone, as I mentioned. So that is where, I would like to present the new test that we have developed at our team, in our startup. And this is a very unique test, which can be done alongside or instead of a mammogram or a breast ultrasound. What does it do? So it is able to detect cancer much, much smaller than what a hand can detect. Hand can detect 20 millimeters or 25 millimeters. And this test can detect 5 millimeters of abnormality. And then it's completely non-contact, non-invasive, privacy-aware test where nobody sees or touches the person. The person enters into a booth, she comes out, her report will be ready. Not even a technician has seen her without clothes, which is very, very important. The privacy awareness is very important for women to actually adopt breast cancer screening, enable early detection, and definitely save lives with that. No radiation at all. We do not use X-rays. We just measure the temperature variations on the chest. It works for women of all age groups, under 45 or above 45, 18 to 80. We did actually find a 17-year-old who is cancerous. It is very affordable. A machine is 1/20th at the cost of a mammogram. So many, many small diagnostic centers can afford to buy this, as well as it's a very portable device. It is as big as a 1-liter water bottle. So one could actually put it in a backpack and do the camps as well. The mechanism of use of AI for this, the technology that we have developed is called thermalytics, which is a combination of AI on thermography. So thermography has been around for some time. People have tried to use this to find abnormalities in the body. Very long ago, even aristocrat had actually made people, in those days, BC, right before Christ, they used to find abnormality in the body or even animals by putting wet mud on the person, and whichever area dries faster means there is higher temperature there, and they said, okay, there may be some problem there. So use of high temperature to figure out that there is an abnormality, something that is known to people before, our ancestors as well. But now we have what is called as thermal cameras. All of you are aware of infrared thermometers, which are used for COVID screening in every building today, right? And so this one is a much, much higher resolution thermal imaging device, where in this one particular image, there are 400,000 temperature points. Almost every tissue temperature is available here. So how does it help? So if there is an abnormality and some parts of the body are high temperature, we're able to detect. The catch is, just because if there is an increase in temperature, it doesn't mean it is cancer. There can be several reasons why something is hot, And that's where AI or machine learning can help. And that is what we have used, to analyze these using a smart software, which can say whether that abnormality, the increase in temperature, is because of cancer or something else. What happens is that when there is a lesion, it is multiplying, there is higher mitotic activity, irregular mitotic activity, which results in an irregular temperature variation compared to, let's say, the other breast. The symmetry gives away. And there are also other kind of patterns that are created because of the vascular structure, because it's also hungry, so it takes more blood, and so there is higher blood flow to that area as well. So all of that results in an abnormal temperature pattern, which is detected using our solution. And then this is, of course, installed in several hospitals, and we've done many camps. I will quickly play a 30-second video just to give you an idea of how this test works. And then
the Niramai technology to me. Having heard about it, I went to get a checkup done. I was quite skeptical before I went for the test. It took me by surprise because the machines didn't touch me. It was all happening from far away. जैसे eye test होते हैं ना, दूर से बिल्कुल वैसा.
Yeah, so this is a very new test, definitely a recent advancement in cancer detection for particularly breast cancer now, but this can be used for several other types of cancers also. So this is, you can call it as a computer-aided diagnostics engine using artificial intelligence, where these thermal images are fed into the software, and it's a complete software innovation coupling with medical imaging. The report is automatically generated by the software. So AI has come a long way in enabling this. And the complete report is generated where there are scores. This is automatically generated. So health workers can actually generate this report, where the scores signify an abnormality level. Higher the scores, higher is the abnormality. We also generate these images and markings automatically using the software, which is trained using historic information. See how machine learning works is that initially, thermal images of abnormal and normal patients are fed in, and the actual ground truth of whether the person is a cancer patient or a normal patient is also fed into the machine learning algorithm. So now this develops that knowledge of discriminating between normal and abnormal, and that's what we do. In villages and all, we do automatic triaging, red, yellow, green is provided. And as I mentioned, the core innovation is really use of AI, because you can look at asymmetry between the two sides. You can look at different patterns of the thermal image itself and the vascularity and the boundary structure. All of this, about 117 different parameters used to actually build the model. And I'm happy to say that the results have also been good with 100% sensitivity in asymptomatic women screening patients, and also 92% sensitivity in symptomatic, which is a tough case, right? And this has been proven to be better accuracy than, better sensitivity than mammography as well, and ability to detect much lower, smaller lesions as well, with clearances and all of that. I just want to leave this with you that, AI is changing the way medical science is working, and particularly AI and thermal imaging is coming in to become a new way of detecting abnormalities, particularly cancer, in different parts of the body. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta Manjunath, for excellent presentation. And we will see that in future, that is 15 and 16 of April every year, this is a conference, and you will have the slot on first day, so that a number of participants will be greater. And hopefully something good will happen. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Padma, for excellent presentations, and we will see in times to come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Padma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
for excellent presentation. And dates for the next conference is 15 and 16. We will see that something good will happen on 15th of April, not virtually, but physically.
Yes.
If this pandemic will not expand. Some of our speakers in the sessions, they have not come because of pandemic. They suddenly have pandemic COVID positive. So we are with the system, and hopefully your presentation and record that will go in long way for oncology. Thank you very much for sparing this valuable time. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Alan Chappell. Welcome, Dr. Ranjan. You have presentation?
Yeah, I have a presentation. I'm Dr. Ranjan.
Yes, welcome, Dr. Ranjan. Good evening.
Yeah.
Please check share screen your presentation.
Achha,
So,
please, we'll
check.
share this.
So please check. There is no technical issue that time. It's fine.
Yeah,
So
I think we'll just.
It's fine.
Okay?
Please
Okay?
full screen that time, so it will be more clear visible. F5 for full screen. At the keyboard, there is a top of F5 button.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay, but just do full screen mode.
Yeah, full screen. That we'll do.
Yes, sir. At that time, so it will be more clear.
Yeah, and I will handle the slides myself.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We just close see screenshot. Thank you. And it will be start 4 p.m. sharp.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
What time we start?
4 p.m., sir. 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Okay, fine.
Welcome.
हो गया ना फुल स्क्रीन। बना के आया।
Good morning. Do you hear me? I hear nothing. Uh,
इससे स्क्रीन के लिए उल्टा जो बना हुआ शैंपेन बॉटल का ये था, इसको दबा के बढ़ जाएगी, स्क्रीन हो जाएगी। शैंपेन बॉटल बनी हुई उल्टी।
ये वाला
इसको दबा के
इसका वो तो बैटरी का है ना,
बैटरी का। फुल स्क्रीन कैसे करते हैं? व्यू, हाँ व्यू है ना, प्रोटेक्टेड व्यू। व्यू पे प्रेस करिए, व्यू भी रहा इस व्यू ऑप्शन है फुल स्क्रीन। स्पीकर, हाँ इसको कर, हाँ आगे फुल स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन है।
ये रिकॉर्ड भी हो रहा है क्या?
लोकेशन घर बैठे। No, you don't. You just tell us, no? You don't come. Location.
हेलो, हाँ दीदी। हाँ दीदी ना, किसी का भी चेहरा नहीं आ रहा, सिर्फ हमारा ही आ रहा है। और हाँ, मैं आपके नंबर पे कर रहा हूँ अपने फोन से।
Dr. Ranjan, it will be start next 5 minutes.
Yes. Okay.
फिर आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं आ रही है।
प्रेजेंटेशन चाहिए ना। हेलो, प्रेजेंटेशन दे दो, इशू तो चाहिए ना। छोड़ दो फिर, फाइनल स्क्रीन को छोड़ दो।
You cannot start the screen with the other participant. So
Except for this.
हाँ दीदी
एक बार बड़ा करो ये ब्लैक बॉक्स। What's the issue? You can't see full screen.
क्यों नहीं आ रही है? हाँ गुनी तमिल का पढ़ी हेलो स्टार्टिंग आई थिंक
Hello, Miss Aishwarya. Dr. Professor P. Ranjan is there.
I'm already on the line.
Yes, and Dr. Mustafa is there, and Dr. Alan Chappell from Institute of Radiology, Protection and Nuclear Safety, France is here for presentation. So we welcome Dr.
Aishwarya, you are muted.
Yes, Ms.
You're
Aishwarya.
muted right now, Aishwarya. Okay, great.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to technical session 12. And this session is going to focus on neurology, mental health, behavior health, and psychiatry. And let me introduce the speakers for the session. And before that, let me introduce the chair for this session. We have with us Dr. Mustafa M. Hussain, Professor of Psychiatry, Neurology, and Biomedical Engineering. Director, Neuromodulation Research and Therapeutics Program, UT Southwestern Medical Center, USA. Adjunct Professor of Psychiatry and Neurology, member, Duke Institute of Brain Sciences, Duke University School of Medicine. Very good evening to you, sir, and very warm welcome to the program.
Thank you.
We have our speakers, Dr. Professor P.N. Ranjan, Senior Consultant Neurologist, Stroke, Past President, Delhi Neurological Association, Institute of Neurosciences, Indraprastha Apollo Hospital. Good evening to you, sir. A very warm welcome to you as well. And we have Dr. Sudhir Kumar Tyagi, Senior Consultant Neurosurgeon, Apollo Neuroscience Center, Indraprastha Apollo Hospitals. Good evening and welcome to Dr. Tyagi as well. And we have Dr. Alan Chappell, who is joining us from France. Very good evening to you, sir, as well. Welcome to the session.
Thank you.
All right, I would now request Dr. Hussain to please start the session.
Welcome, everybody. It's a great honor to be part of this program, especially neurology, psychiatry, and mental health. I had the honor to work with Dr. Anil before, and I really am excited about the focus of clinical informatics and new technologies, which are now being an essential part of the practice of medicine pretty much. So I would like to hear very much in different areas what progress is being made. And then we will go on with each speaker. Will be providing, I think it's about 15 minutes that each one have to give a talk in that respect. So if I am correct, Ashwiya, do I start with my presentation first and then we move to others? Is that what the plan is?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may go ahead with that.
So
and
how
after
do,
that, yeah. Yeah.
so let me start my slides.
Yes, sir. There is a share screen option that will be given to you. So you can share your screen. It is on the right hand side of your screen. The lower, I think the bottom part of your screen, it will be there. There is a share screen option that is being given to you.
Yeah, let me quickly first bring up my slides.
Sure,
Give me a
sir.
second.
Sure, doctor. And sir, after each speaker, we may have a question and answer session, or alternatively, we might have a question and answer session at the end of the session when everybody is done with the presentation. It all depends on you, sir. However,
Okay.
the way you'd like it.
I think what we would like to do after each session, if we're done, we would briefly ask for a couple of questions and then move on from there. Okay.
Sure, sure, doctor. Sure.
So can you see my slides?
Not as yet, sir.
Not as yet.
Okay, let me then exit this. I'm trying to, my apologies.
Shall I ask the IT team to assist you?
Yes, please, if they can help me with this.
Sure, sir. Give me a minute, sir.
So you can see at the bottom of Zoom, there is a green icon is share screen.
So right now I'm seeing my slides. Should I close my slides first?
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. You just come back to on Zoom.
Let's see here. And interesting. Big slides, beginner, Zoom. I want Zoom. Share. Let's see what happens here.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Now we can see their slides. Yes. I mean, but you need to, I think, make it full screen.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, we
I
can see
think-
your screen, but you need to, I think, start with the slideshow.
I have opened my slideshow. Can you see it now?
No, sir. We can see your Chrome browser maybe. Can you minimize this?
Minimize.
Your Chrome browser.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we start with Dr. Ranjan then, while we try to fix this in that respect? I don't want to waste time.
Sure, sir, we can do that. I mean, till the time you figure it out, I think Dr. Ranjan can start with his presentation as well. Yes, that's a good idea.
Why don't we do that, please?
Yes.
For some reason, I'm not able to, I can end show. I've ended the show and it does, and if, let's say if I start with this, so
Should I invite Dr. Ranjan?
please do.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Sure, sir. No, not an issue. Dr. Ranjan, can we start with your presentation first?
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, sure.
Sure, sir. Meanwhile, the IT team will help Dr. Hussain with the presentation part of it.
Sure. Let's Dr. Ranjan.
Dr. Ranjan,
Can you see my slides, please?
not as yet, sir. There will be an option given to you on the right-hand side. at the bottom.
Share
part of
screen.
it. Yes, sir.
So welcome, Dr. Mustafa.
Well, Dr. Garg, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a
Yeah,
pleasure.
after a long time.
Yes, it's early morning here
Yeah,
in Texas.
So we have to honor you. You were not there. And so Global Award is waiting for you at the end. Yeah.
That
will
will
honor
be very
that.
kind. That will be very kind of you.
Okay.
That will be very kind of you.
So Dr. Ranjan, please.
Sir,
Yeah,
we can
I'm
see-
ready.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen, sir. We can
Can
see
you
the
see my
slides.
slides?
Yes, sir. We can.
Yes, sir. Can you put it in slideshow mode?
Can you put it in a slideshow? Yes. One sec.
First of all, click on enable editing, sir.
Slideshow पे करते हैं, बड़ा करते हैं. Slideshow पे करते हैं. Slideshow.
So on the upper
Can you
part
see
of
my
the-
slides?
Sir, yes, we can see the slides, but you need to start the slideshow. On the upper part of your screen, you can see icon that says enable editing.
Editing, yeah. Okay. Editing. Just one sec, please.
Sure, sir. Not an issue, sir.
Sir, I'm asking to remote access. Can you give me that? Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully, with time, we will be able to do all of this in person. We won't have to face all of this.
Can you see my slides now?
Yes.
Yes, we can see the slideshow now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I've been asked to speak for the next 15 minutes on something which is very interesting. Neurology, psychiatry, and the behavioral disorders, all of them put together. At the onset, I would say that I'm trained in an institute, which is called the National Institute of Mental Health and Sciences in Bangalore, which really puts behavior disorders, psychiatry, and neurology together. Now, what I intend doing is to tell you what has gone on in the last over 1 year with neurology, behavior disorders, and psychiatric disorder associated with the COVID-19 infections. We all know that the coronavirus outbreak started in China in the late 2019 and rapidly started going globally. Vaccines have recently been developed and are being administered in a number of countries, but their widespread use is not sufficient. The battle against COVID-19 persists, is protected, and people need to adopt to living under the influence of this disease. Coronavirus are a large family of viruses. They're a human coronavirus, which is called the severe acute respiratory syndrome. The previous coronavirus have included SARS-CoV and MERS-CoV, and they are severe acute respiratory syndromes is a new strain of coronavirus that has not been previously identified in human. The most likely ecological survival for coronavirus are bats, but it's believed that the virus jumped the species barriers to human from another intermediate animal host. This intermediate animal host could be a domestic food animal, a wild animal, or a domesticated wild animal, which has not yet been clearly identified. The first part of my lecture would be managing work-related psychosocial risk factors associated with the COVID-19 epidemic. The psychosocial risk factor during COVID-19 pandemic shows due to the COVID-19 crisis, work arrangements or conditions are changing considerably, bringing new psychosocial challenges for the health and well-being of workers. The psychosocial risks emerge during the period of the rapid spread of the virus, and strict isolation measures and still persist or increase over time as businesses open their doors. The impact of the psychological responses, low mood, low motivation, exhaustion, anxiety, depression, burnt out and suicidal thoughts, physical reaction, digestive problem, skin problems, cardiovascular, muscular cutaneous, headache, and other unexplained aches and pain. The increased risk of work injuries and accident due to reduced accuracy. The impact on workplace productivity, increased absenteeism and presentation, low job engagement, reduced job performance with respect to both the quality and the quantity of work. To identify the potential source of exposure to the novel virus in all areas and tasks performed by workers, to identify any hazard that may arise due to the OSA mentioned new work processes adapted to prevent contagion, including psychosomatic factors. Taking into account external factors affecting mental health, such as fear, social isolation, weight of domestic responsibility. Think about new ways to detect hazards for workers at home. Consider the individual characteristics of worker when assessing the risks associated with each hazard. The psychosocial stress in COVID-19 is very common in clinical practice. What are the specific stress particular to the COVID-19 pandemic are rumors and misinformation, social media, closure of schools, children's activity space, travel restriction, possibility of acute physical isolation, deterioration of trust in government agencies, avoidance of health facility, risk of lapses in pre-existing health condition, and common symptoms of other health problems lead to fear of the infection. We should not forget, be kind to all people affected, but discrimination towards persons who have been infected and their family members, social stigma towards those treating and caring for patients, social stigma towards specific ethnic groups, population groups, or nationalities. The overacting principle would involve a large number of things. Addressing consideration, clear coordination mechanisms, hope, safety and empathy, local factors, and treatment of people with mental health. The message to the general public are, people who are affected with COVID-19 have not done anything wrong, but they deserve our support, passion, and kindness. To reduce the stigma, do not label people as COVID-19 patients to ensure that they are not defined as COVID-19. The sudden and near constant stream of news about an outbreak can cause anyone to be worried. Protect yourself and be supportive to others. COVID-19 has affected, is likely to affect people in many countries and in many geographical locations. Do not attach a label of COVID-19 to any ethnicity or nationality. Be empathetic to those who are affected in and from any country. Healthcare workers, managing healthcare and socio-psychological factors. Try and use health coping strategies. Turn to your colleagues. Use understandable ways to share messages with patients with intellectual, cognitive, and psychosocial abilities. Message to team leaders and manager: keep all staff protected from chronic illness. Ensure good quality communication. Facilitate access to and ensure the staff are aware or where they access mental health, psychosocial, and supporting services. Message to people who are in isolation: try as much as possible to keep your personal daily routines or create new ones. Engage in healthy activities that you enjoy, find relaxing. Exercise regularly. Maintain regular sleep routine. Eat healthy. Keep things in perspective and use IT to connect with loved ones. If health authorities have recommended limiting your physical contact to contain the outbreak, you should still stay socially connected via email, social media, video conferencing, and telephone. I'm reminded of this article come up very recently, post-COVID-19 neurological syndrome, a novel syndrome with challenges for the global neurology community, and COVID-19 has really been a challenge. Here you see this figure, long COVID-19. You could have multi-system inflammatory disorders, hospitalization, complication, and you could have problem with post-intensive care syndrome. So wherever you are, you have neurological, psychological, behavior, and adjustment problem. Very interesting slide again. 3/4 of patients hospitalized with COVID-19 had at least one ongoing symptom 6 months after the acute illness. These symptoms could be from fatigue, dyspnea, sleep problem, anxiety, hair loss, smell disorder, palpitation, and joint pain. After this last, in my own experience, most common is fatigue and general weakness. I mean, one would tend to ignore, but the patient is so fatigued, he's so weak that he needs and see a doctor. More than 1/4 to develop new neurological symptoms. Again, fatigue, sensory disturbance in the form of tingling and numbness, palpitation, coagulative disorders, problems with taste and smell, and other neurological conditions. So if you see this slide, you have functional impairment, neuropsychiatric symptoms, physical symptoms, and all these have a situational overlay in the post-COVID people. Just to give you
Dr.
an example.
Ranjan, you may have 3 more minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll just finish off, please.
Sure.
This is an example of a 42 years old female who had COVID, was feeling better when she noticed that she was having trouble with short-term memory, fatigue, and worsened with exercises. These are the neurological symptoms, which is called brain fog. Most common neurological symptom, issues with short-term memory, impact on life, sleep disturbances, mood disturbances. So these neurological symptoms, headaches, paresthesia, dysautonomia, fluctuation in blood pressure, and most of these patients have multiple symptoms. Approach to a patient is spend time with him, broad work undertaken, neuroimaging if required, EEG, EMG in rare circumstances you do, and CSF. And this is what one typical neuroimaging of a patient or post-COVID looks like. Younger patients result more often than normal. Older patient defects in varying domain. Brain fog or dementia for most people does not mean memory changes are not present, interfering with life. What else may be occurring are evolving understanding. Just the next 2-3 slides before I wind up, because there's no time, I'll just say epilepsy is a common neurological disorder associated with spontaneous recurrence of seizure. Various effects of COVID on epilepsy. As clinicians, we need to keep up with the daily updates in the evidence regarding interaction between COVID-19 and epilepsy. This is what the impact is. Education, direct association, epilepsy cure, mental health again, specific disease disorder, and prevention of COVID-19. The mechanisms of seizures are too many, which I will not go into it, but the most important being metabolic derangements. Conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, are many neurological behavior symptoms present in post-COVID patients. Many symptoms they correlate important to get broader history. So far, diagnostic workers is not providing much information. Treatment is supportive, patient and symptomatic. Multidisciplinary approach with post-COVID experience is critical. We do not know what is causing this system, but this does not mean that this is not real. Please reassure patients can and do, and they would get better. Thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjan. It was an excellent and a very timely presentation addressing issues of neuropsychiatric behaviors associated with COVID. In the interest of time, I will move to the next speaker. And Dr. Ranjan, we will have some questions. Well, maybe if there is a question that is there that we can ask him now, and then we move to the next. In the meantime, if the IT can start my slides, will be great. Any questions for Dr. Ranjan?
None from the audience at the moment, but probably if the panelists would ask some questions.
So as a psychiatrist myself, Dr. Ranjan, I mean, you did mention neuropsychiatric issues. What is the extent of depression, MDD, major depressive disorder, in patients with COVID? And how does it relate to the prognosis of COVID and depression?
It's an excellent question. The depression could be one, because of the isolation. Two, because of the fact that the patient has got the disease. And of course, also depend on the comorbid condition which the patient has. And I think more than the antidepressants, what really helps these patients is talking to them and explaining to them that what is happening to you is nothing, something which is life-threatening. And at the maximum, if the depression is severe and the patient has an associated comorbid condition, one could use an antidepressant for these patients.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next speaker, Aishwarya, and see if my slides are working, or can we share those? I will hand it over to the IT, if they can do that for me. I can't hear you, Aishwarya, you are on mute.
Sir.
Yeah, so I am currently on my slides. I can see it on my, if I open it.
No, actually, we can still see the previous slides that were there on the screen, but not your slides.
Can you see it now?
Just a minute, sir. I don't think so. We can. Let
No,
me
Dr.
ask-
Mustafa, we can't see your slides.
I'm sorry about that. My question is, if somebody can guide me, I put it share slides, share screen. You cannot start share with while the others participant is sharing. So I won't be able to share because it's already still Dr. Ranjan's.
I will do it in a minute. Just 1 second, sir. Lokesh. Slides को निकाल देना है. There सब दिन. 1 sec, please.
Sure.
You can start your talk. Meanwhile, it will be done.
Okay, let's hope so. First of all, I'm going to put the main slide on. I mean, I don't know, you're not able to see my slides. First of all, it's a great pleasure to participate in this symposia, the Virtual World Healthcare Conference. Thank you, Dr. Garg. I've really enjoyed it. Quickly, I will mention that I've been funded. These are my disclosures. I've been funded by NIH, NIMH, National Institute of Aging, and the BRAIN Initiative. Some of the work that I will be presenting will be funded through BRAIN Initiative, Obama's BRAIN Initiative. I am some industry grants too, but I'm not a consultant or a speaker to any industry. So most important for this presentation, once we get to that, is really a product of collaboration between my colleagues, Dr. J.P. Onella from Harvard School of Public Health, Dr. Timothy Smith, who is Brigham's Women's Hospital at Harvard, Chris Lehman, who is my colleague here and is the Director of Clinical Informatics at UT Southwestern, and finally, CHIME. I really would like you to make a note. What CHIME is, College of Healthcare Information Management Executives. This is a worldwide organization. I wish you could see the slide on this. This organization, it actually works with all these executives which are trying to bring clinical informatics into medicine. Interestingly, this slide would have shown that—
So Dr. Ranjan is out of the slide, he's out of the main screen. So if you can just try one more time, probably we will be able to see some of the slides.
Okay, let's see, and just guide me through that. What will be the best way to do that? I'm in Zoom, we'll go to Zoom. Let me see, okay.
IT team, can you help Dr.
Yes, sir.
Sen?
Yes, sir. So, come on first on the Zoom, then you can see a icon of the bottom of the Zoom share screen, green icon.
Zoom. I'm trying to, yes, share screen.
Yes, click on that.
I did, and here is my
Green one, share screen.
I did. And on the left side, do you see my screen?
No.
So are you using two screen or one single screen, sir?
Single screen.
Okay.
On my laptop.
Laptop. Okay. When you click on share screen, there a pop-up is come.
I just share a screen. Here it is, and then it says share. I did this. It takes me join the Zoom meeting.
Yes. Now it is coming.
So we can see the screen, your screen now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's see if you can see this full screen. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can. Yes, sir.
Finally, my apologies.
Finally.
so the topic is clinical informatics, the new frontier in healthcare. I really enjoy Dr. Ranjan, which was a lot more timely. Mine is an overall talk about the clinical informatics and its role in medicine. I've already talked about my funding and my collaborations. And the last bullet is the CHIME. And this is where you see India with is kind of painted somewhat in a green color. What it means is that India is a member, a chapter member, not a full member of CHIME. I truly would encourage people, especially on this, that day, if they can join. There are a lot of some very interesting things going on with CHIME, and they will be able to enjoy that. Anyway, so let me get back to how clinical informatics have affected the practice of medicine today. This is, of course, Hippocrates, and this is how we were trained, taking our oath, and even until just last decade or so. You see a patient, you do the get the symptoms, presentation, take history, do examination, do workup with diagnostics, and you plan your treatment. This was the standard of clinical practice that we had followed over decades and decades and decades. And the purpose was, it goes back to our Hippocratic oath to help our patients. It has been a 360-degree turn with the involvements of deep medicine. This is an excellent book by Eric Topol, actually Abraham Verghese from London has been part of this book too. I would suggest once again how artificial intelligence, clinical informatics have affected the practice of medicine today. And that's where my talk will be focusing today. So here it is. What it is that we now, it is not just the PCP in the center, or for that matter, the patient who is still in the center. Oops. But it is all ATAI, diagnostic, triaging, management, and especially in the West, the insurance and everything. So digital health is pretty much taking over of our traditional health as we have experienced in our lifetime. Next, how does it work? So here we are, the digital health, and that's my topic today, pretty much uses sensors, apps, and remote monitoring, which is so different from traditional medicine, where, as Dr. Ranjan was earlier talking about, how critical it is to be in touch with the patient, to be empathetic with the patient, work with the patient. Now, at least in the West, we are moving further away, and I'll show you some of the data. But there is good and bad associated with that, how remote monitoring can now help our patients in that respect. And there are different deep learning platforms which help physicians to accomplish those goals. It also gives physicians some time to be able to assist and help some of our critically ill patients. So what is digital health? And here we go with digital phenotyping. So today, as we speak, almost 90% of the world population have smartphones. And that goes even to underdeveloped countries. Not just India is a developing country or more or less a developed country, but I'm talking about even places in Africa and otherwise. So how can we harness this tool, the simple tool of your phone that can be used in healthcare? So there are two kinds of data which can be collected. One is an active data. Active data is when you can talk to the patient on the phone. Active data is you can see the patient on the phone. Active data is in taking surveys, interacting with the patient. On the other hand, there's passive data. Passive data, there's no interaction, and the data is collected continuously. Most of it is done through Bluetooth, through Wi-Fi, through the cell phones, once again. And I will give you some good examples how this technology is being harnessed and being used. GPS is another way to collect this data, text messages, and so on and so forth. So passive data collection involves observation without any active participation, and even at times the patient may not even know. Examples, I've already given you mobile phones, a GPS, but anybody use, let's say, a membership card or a credit card, that data is being collected. So here is some of the examples. How this is a paper by one of my colleagues, which were published in recently in the proceedings of the National Academy of Structure. This is just different behaviorals in different colors that you see on the right, how much this patient moves, how much this person, it's a person, subject, socialize, how much this person interacts on the cell phone, text, and otherwise. In a very similar way, these are call or text logs over a week. And you can see it clearly that the first 5 days, at least on the West, is work related. These are normal behaviors. This is not pathological. This is just the normal behaviors. And on the right side, it's the social behaviors on Saturday and Sunday, which is personal, individualized in that respect. Using these technologies now, we are able to harness this information for our clinical information. This is very much the similar at looking at the sleep patterns of people without just using a cell phone or some kind of a Fitbit movement that they can be collected. And as you can see, there are the times where there's no movement, and that kind of indicates that it is related to the sleep pattern of the subject. Let me talk about some of the limitations of this technology. We are far from this technology taking over the real life, real patient. So we have to work hard. These are examples or 4 subjects using cell phone in recording their movements. And what you see here is that in green, blue, and red, the 3 different axes, the movements are taking place. This is called the data from accelerometer or acceleration. The phones are put in a very specific way in the jeans, in the right side of on the right front pocket, and there it is upside down. So the data per se, variables should be very similar. Even then, if you look at them, you will find out that the data is very different in all these 4 subjects. Okay, so it's not perfected yet. Nevertheless, it's extremely important how we are collecting information and data. So this is normal behavior. This is, we are trying to gather as much data on, and it's ongoing. That's the key difference. Until now, the field was doing it while on an active basis, not on a passive basis, that even without knowing the subject, this data is being collected. Here it is, and you would be interested, Dr. Ranjan, about how this clinical informatics or AI is being used in mental health. Of course, many of us went through the training of psychoanalysis. I was actually trained at a place where psychoanalysis and Freudian emphasis, those were the days when there was emphasis that you barely even look into the eyes of the patient. As a matter of fact, the patient would lie on a couch and you would just talk to or listen to the patient, free floating thoughts of the patient. And based on that, as per Freud theories, you will make different kind of diagnosis, affective disorder, thought disorder. Let me show you what is happening. We've come over 360 degrees, how this AI is helping us, clinical informatics. Now, just with the voice, their AI, artificial intelligence and clinical informatics, can analyze the speech, the frequency of the speech, the rate of the speech, the tone of the speech, and just based on this big data, you can diagnose depression, you can diagnose psychosis in that respect in many ways. And if you can look on the right side, this is the diagnostic categories done by AI-based outcomes, diagnosis, versus this is by a clinician. And as you can see that the AI or the clinical informatics a lot more closer to the real diagnosis. Here is another example. There are a lot of overlaps. There is no question about it. But as you can see that just by symptom clusters, you can diagnose anhedonia, which is in dark blue, in anxiety with green, and you can truly separate these without even interacting with the patients. I wanted to emphasize on that because this is clinical informatics and how it affects the mental health assessment in that regard. On the same lines, look at this. This is amazing what AI, just a simple telephone or smartphone can do. Using, you might say, FaceTime, you can using other form, you can assess verbal fluency. Neurocognitive testing can be performed, visual memory, processing speed, and there are 45 different behaviors that can be recognized just by using this technology. To the extent by using AI algorithms, patient suicidal ideation can be recognized. As you, Dr. Ranjan, would appreciate, in acute suicidal situations, you may not be able to see the patients right away, and you have to address those issues as soon as possible. And this AI, along with digital technology, will help us to reach that goal. Some other applications here. Here it is just remotely. The patient is not even there. 24/7, you can follow a patient using how often they use telephones, text, and based on that, hypomanic, manic behaviors and depression can be recognized. For example, of course, a depressed patient does not feel like interacting, and you will see that in that respect. Very similarly, even a complicated diagnosis like schizophrenia. This is a pilot study which was done at Harvard, and what it shows, just utilizing the text data, the call data, and voice recording, there are certain algorithms that can give you ideas of paranoid schizophrenia and other forms of schizophrenia. I mean, we have truly, I would like to say, make a statement at this point that, you know, psychiatry at one point was one of the, if the best way, most falling behind the rest of medicine in terms of using diagnostic. We were not very much into x-rays, or we were not very much into lab testing. You don't diagnose depression on a blood test, but with the use of clinical informatics and AI, psychiatry has taken the lead in helping even other fields. And I will change gear, and it is being used more and more, especially in my institute. 80% of psychiatry now is telepsychiatry since COVID has hit us. And the plans are that at least 60% of psychiatry will be in form of telepsychiatry, which is, there are obviously many ethical issues, there are many legal issues, there are many HIPAA confidentiality issues. Nevertheless, COVID, while there's a blessing in disguise that we have learned that it can still be used effectively using some of these technologies. Let me quickly move on to some of the neurosurgical and neurological. It's not just psychiatry. there are other neurological brain fields. And here is one. This is from my friend Timothy Smith from Howard. And this is about scoliosis, very severe scoliosis, as you might see in this patient. And this patient probably would have been in the hospital for weeks for rehab. And this is where the repair was done. You might also notice there is an electronic transmitter which is embedded to monitor this patient as he recovers. And here are the graphics from this, how much mobility this takes place with this patient. Initially, just for at least 4 hours, then 8 hours, and then visiting different places. So just without patient even knowing, without seeing the patient, without all this data is being collected, thanks to our friends in IT. I mean, we, the physicians, take all the credit. The reality is the way the medicine is moving, clinical informatics, AI, IT will be working in parallel with us in the care of our patients. Here is another good example, mobility of some of these patients. Some of the arguments is, should we have just the Fitbit or is it the telephone? And the reason I'm emphasizing more and more on using of cell phone is because it's available to so many people and so easy to use. And I'll take another 2 minutes to finish it, rather even less than that. So for my friends in India, India is ideally placed with the IT, the extent of IT. It's truly, they used to say that probably US and China are the leaders. In my honest, genuine opinion, India is right at the cusp of taking over because we have this talent of this young talent. And I'll tell you where my impression is coming from. So over the last, this is an old slide that there were in just a year, 106 startups transferring healthcare with AI. Here it is, emergency room surgery. Here it is, mental health. This is only from the Bay Area. This is only from California. This you can multiply by 10 is happening right now as we speak all over the world and mostly in India. In my conclusion, I would say digital phenotyping offers great promise. It is scalable. It can easily be used, and it incorporates real-world behavioral data in key quality of life. Dr. Ranjan, you would like the slide about just before COVID. I had the pleasure, I was the visiting professor at NIMHANS and met Dr. Gangadhar and many other people there. And when I said earlier that India is rightly placed to take over the clinical informatics and combination of clinical informatics and healthcare, I truly meant it. Part of it is Apollo Group. There was a paper recently in New England Journal of Medicine talking about how Apollo did this in terms of COVID. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you guys. Any questions? I'll be happy to
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure, Dr. Ranjan.
Dr. Mustafa, thank you very, very much. First of all, I was so pleased to see the picture of NIMHANS, my alma mater, where I did my neurology training as a DM neurology student. Number two, Dr. Mustafa, you have just beautifully brought about what always I had been thinking. It is not only psychiatry, but I can tell you neurology also has always lagged behind in comparison to specialties like cardiology, etc., etc. But I think, and I agree with you, the artificial intelligence is going to give a solid jump to neurology. I'm one person who's dedicated to stroke. I'm dedicated to thrombolysis, thrombectomies, and I'm sure in the years to come, and already it is happening, that artificial intelligence will be able to guide us with early treatment, early pickup, and better results. Thank you, Mustafa. Dr. Mustafa, I really enjoyed your talk.
Thank you very much. I agree with you. I mean, I think my Dr. Garg had invited me previously, and this is a very different talk from what I did previously. And I tried to incorporate as much clinical informatics. My only advice and guide will be, and I'll tell you what is happening in the States at least. Every medical school now have a department of clinical informatics. Okay, in parallel, if you guys are recruiting a neurologist, you should also recruit an IT person to just start teaching your medical students as early as possible, the residents, how to incorporate IT into. There are fellowships in clinical informatics in neurology. There are fellowships now in psychiatry. Almost radiology and pathology, it's being taken over by AI. And many of these people are sitting in India. The IT people are sitting in India and helping us treating this patient. I will stop here, and I would like Aishwarya to introduce our next speaker.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Hussain. Now we have Dr. Ellen Chappell, Department of Men Radio Protection, Institute of Radiological Protection and Nuclear Safety, France, who's joining us at the moment. Dr. Chappell, very good evening to you, sir. So I'd request you to please start your video and audio so that we can hear you. Dr. Chappell, are you with us right now? IT department, can you help me with connecting with Dr. Chappell, please?
Yeah, mic is on, and I'm asking for on the video, but he did not reply anything.
Ask Aishwarya, IT people to do it. And meanwhile, we can honor Dr. Mustafa Hussain.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, who has done excellent job. And meanwhile, IT person can help Ellen Chappell.
Sure, sir. Of course, because we are talking about the EF Modern Healthcare Global Healthcare Awards 2021, and the award ceremony was held, but sir, you were not there at the moment at that time. So here is the award presentation right now for you. The annual EF Global Awards were introduced by the Energy and Environment Foundation to recognize and honor outstanding organizations that are taking responsibility for defining commercial future by adding value through excellence in healthcare, innovation, and technology in a disciplined manner. The Global Healthcare Awards encourage and motivate to adopt best practices and become role model for others to encourage implementation of strategies for improvement in operation standards and create harmony between industry and the environment. And I'm pleased to announce the EF Global Healthcare Leadership Award of the year 2021. It has been bestowed upon Dr. Mustafa M. Hussain, MD, Professor of Psychiatry, Neurology, and Biomedical Engineering, University of Texas, Southwestern Medical Center, USA. Congratulations, sir. Very many congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. It's a great honor. And Dr. Garg, I wish I was there. I would say, Dr. Ranjan, my visit to NIMHANS, to Bengaluru, and I went to even Manipal as well as Chennai. one of the best. I've been all over the world, but the hospitality, of course, I am son of the soil. So I really, truly enjoyed my visit to India, and hopefully we'll be through this COVID this year and would be invited again and would love to visit India again in any capacity.
Thank you very much. And we'd like to invite you over to our hospital. I'm really fascinated by what you said.
Dr. Mustafa, Dr. Ranjan, and Dr. Chappell, Alan Chappell. This conference is an annual conference on every 15 and 16 April every year. 15 and 16
So I will look forward next year, 2022.
Yeah, and wish that in future we will meet physically after this pandemic is over.
I look forward to that. I truly would. I would love to meet each one of you personally. It's been a pleasure just to interact with you, especially with Dr. Garg. It's been very receptive. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Alan Chappell, you are there? Aishwarya, we can wait for 2 minutes and just see that he is connected.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. I'll request the IT department to please felicitate if we can just quicken up the process of connecting with Dr. Allen. If that process can be expedited.
Sure.
Meanwhile, I'd like to thank the speakers for this session. It was a very interesting, of course, it was a technical session. So there were a lot of technical points, but I think even as a layman, a lot of things that you guys said, it made sense to all of us because, of course, we are all undergoing we are going through this pandemic. And even being a layman, we could relate to everything that you were saying. So I thank all the speakers for a very wonderful session, a very thorough session. Dr. Sen, thank you so much for moderating this session so well, so that, we got this perspectives or different perspectives on this topic. And I really thank you for having joined us, and, especially at this hour, because we are in different time zones, but even taking out time for that, and all of us, coming together, participating and dwelling upon such important issues related to healthcare.
So, Aishwarya, I just want to add, I'm glad that you were able to follow. I mean, sometimes we physicians forget that we are talking to general public or lay. I hate to use the word lay people. You are the smart. You are the brains. You are our future. You are the ones who is going to take India to the top of the world in that respect. And it's amazing to see the depth and the interest. What I saw in Bengaluru, I went to different IBM campus, different campuses. And what we can do today in India, I don't think so we can do it anywhere in the world because, number one, it's so expensive to do it here. And the interest of the younger generation to bring these different technologies close together. When I grew up, there were 2 or 3 things that you could do. You can become a doctor, you become an engineer, or at best a lawyer. Now it's IT, and how IT is getting into these other different fields. And that's what you guys are going to do. And I hope that you continue doing in that respect. Let's see if we have Dr. Chappell, we are able to. He is muted. If he can just unmute himself, if he's listening to us, that might even help. I know that IT is trying to, and that's some of the challenges that we have faced being so further away. Do we have another speaker? Dr. Garg, you are on mute. Yes, go ahead.
No, there is no other speaker. Only thing, we have done our best. And Dr. Alan Chappell is not able to connect. So in future, we will have Dr. Alan Chappell, and we will conclude and just invite all of you in the next conference, that is in April 2022, 15 and 16. Okay, dates are fixed, whether it is Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, whatever day may be. But
well, I will look forward to that
okay.
invitation,
okay.
and I really would love to
Yeah.
come and join.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for the award. And if it's in form of a certificate or whatever, it can
Yeah.
be emailed. It'll be wonderful.
Yeah,
So
it will send by courier. It will
Okay.
be sent by trophy, and certificate will be sent by courier.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to see Dr. Chappell, who was not able to join us
No
for this 7. Nevertheless, maybe as Dr. Garg said, in future, we will have you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the participants. It's
Thank
a
you
pleasure.
very much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.